The joint hearings of the House and Senate Select Committees will come to order. The Chair recognizes Mr. Foley to begin 1 hour of questioning. Mr. Foley. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Counsel.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I just have one request. There was a fitness report abstract or part of a fitness report that was read by Senator Nunn on Friday. I'd request, I guess it would be Mr. Kaplan, who's in attendance here, that I be provided with a full copy of the fitness report from which that was read, so we may examine it. Thank you.
We'll see that you get it, Counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Foley is recognized for 1 hour.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Admiral.
Good morning.
Admiral, you testified that the President knew in a general way of your efforts and that of Colonel North and others on the National Security Council staff to assist the Contras. I'd like to explore a little more detail of that testimony.
Mr. Foley, we're having trouble hearing. Is your mic on all right?
Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
I think it's better.
I'll repeat the question, Admiral. You
you.
testified that President Reagan knew in a general way of your efforts and that of Colonel North and others on the National Security Council staff to assist the Contras. First of all, Colonel North also testified that he received specific authorization from his superiors to coordinate the procurement of arms for the Contras during 1985 and 1986. Did you authorize Colonel North to coordinate or otherwise participate in any fashion in the procurement of arms to the Contras in 1985 and 1986?
Well, Mr. Foley, as I've testified before, these activities were ongoing when I took over as National Security Advisor in January of 1986, and my instructions to Colonel North were to continue on course, and that certainly would have included the coordination and discussion between the private parties, the private support network, and the Contra leadership to get them the right kind of arms that they needed.
Did you tell the President that you were so instructing Colonel North?
I don't recall telling him that specifically. He knew that the Contras were receiving arms and that they were receiving it from private parties and third countries.
Did he know that Colonel North was involved directly?
He knew that Colonel North was, as I have described him, the chief staff officer on the NSC staff with regard to coordination and liaison with the Contra leadership.
Colonel North testified that his efforts to open up the so-called Southern Front received support from his superiors. Did you discuss with Colonel North specifically the Southern Front efforts?
Yes, certainly. In fact, in December of 1985, I traveled to Central America on a one-day trip. I flew to Panama one night, and the next day flew back up through Costa Rica, El Salvador, Honduras, and Guatemala. And in Costa Rica, we did discuss there, for example, the private landing strip that was being constructed in the northwest corner of the country, and
of Costa Rica.
Of Costa Rica. And we discussed in general measures that could be taken to encourage the cooperation between the government of the country involved and the democratic resistance forces.
Did you specifically authorize Colonel North to proceed with the development of the airstrip?
I don't recall it that way. I think I was aware that there was a difficulty because they didn't have a divert field that was close enough to be used to provide safety to the aircraft and to the crews. And for a long time, there had been concern about this. And my recollection is that it was on this trip that I was brought up to date on what was happening in that regard.
Were you told that there was a need to refuel aircraft? Or was it largely an emergency diversion?
I don't recall discussing it at that level of detail. I just knew it was a field that could be used. I don't think we discussed the mechanics of fueling the aircraft.
The airstrip was opened in the spring of 1986.
I believe that's correct.
And did you discuss with the President prior to the airfields being opened that this was being planned?
When I returned from my one-day trip through Central America, I debriefed the President on the results of the trip, and my notes, which you have as one exhibit, indicate that indeed I did talk to him about the private airstrip.
What date was this again?
Well, you'll have to get out one of the exhibits. It's
January 1986.
No, it would have been December 1985. There is an exhibit that provides the notes for that 9:30 meeting.
You did explain in the general debriefing of your trip that the plans were being made to develop an airstrip in Costa Rica. You did tell the President this.
Yeah. As I recall, the discussion with the President, and this has been a very long time ago, but I believe all we discussed was that the Costa Rican government was being cooperative in terms of letting private individuals establish an airstrip in the remote corner of the country.
Did you tell the President that the United States government, through Ambassador Tams, was active in obtaining the cooperation of the Costa Rican government?
I don't recall going into that level of detail.
Was it?
In general, Mr. Foley, the details as to how actions were being carried out across the board, not just on Central America, but in all the other broad aspects of the President's global responsibilities. Seldom do we get into the details of who's doing what. The real thing that's important to a President, I think, is what indeed is the outcome, what is the result.
Let me put it this way. Ambassador, did you lead the President to believe that this was a purely private effort? The construction of the airfield was a purely private effort, and the United States government was not intimately involved in arranging for the construction of the airfield?
No, I don't think so. I think that it would have been clear from my debrief that that we knew what was going on, and we're keeping very close track of the private operation.
My question is what the President knew and what you told him.
Well, Mr. Foley, I don't know
Let me say, Mr. Chairman, that the question was answered. Now, we'll answer the questions. We've been doing that for 4 days, and we did it in 4 days of depositions.
Mr. Chairman, the answer was we, and I'm trying to decide who the we refers to. Does it refer to the National Security Advisor and his staff, or does it include the President of the United States? It's a very fair follow-up question, I think.
Mr. Foley, I don't know what the President knows. I'm not going to speculate on what he knows or what he doesn't know.
Well, my question, sir, was what you told him at the time of the meeting in December, and what might be fairly inferred from your briefing of him as to what he knew then.
I've given you the detail that I can recall. I simply can't recall further detail about it. It's been a very long time ago.
Let me ask
Mr.
you,
Chairman, I would request there is an exhibit that this committee has. Unfortunately, I just don't have the number at my fingertips. That is notes of that meeting. Perhaps the witness could use that to refresh his recollection as to what was said, or perhaps Mr. Foley can use that as a guide as to what was said.
Witness may certainly refer to the exhibit. Do we have the number?
Unfortunately, I don't. It was an exhibit by the Senate, I think, by Mr. Lyman's examination.
Well, let me ask you what your intention was, Admiral, if you can recall. Was it your intention, on the one hand, simply not to go into what you might have thought to be unnecessary detail in the briefing of the President? Or was it your intention to protect the President from knowledge about the degree to which the United States government was involved through Ambassador Tams and others in the permission to build the field in Costa Rica and the plans to construct it with U.S. government assistance?
Mr. Foley, my intention was to exclude what I considered extraneous detail.
Did you tell the President that it was Colonel North who had requested General Secord to construct the airstrip? Do you recall?
I don't believe that I covered that detail.
But you yourself knew that General Secord was operating under the general instructions of Colonel North with respect to the construction. Is that fair?
I certainly knew that General Secord was leading a private logistics organization, and Colonel North stayed in very close contact with him. I don't know that I was aware of the detail of General Secord's involvement with that airstrip, but it would not have surprised me to learn that. We simply, with all of the issues involved, I usually did not get into that level of detail, and I did not bring the President into that level of detail. He knew the Contras were being supported. He knew they were being supported by third country funds and by private support activity.
Well,
and that we were keeping close track of what was happening.
Under some interpretation, the construction of the airfield might be considered a detail. Isn't that true?
The only reason for bringing that up with the President was that it was a dramatic display of cooperation and support for the President's policy by the country involved. That was the thing that was important to the President.
Colonel North testified that he received approval to conduct the air resupply of weapons to the Contras inside Nicaragua. Did you authorize Colonel North to direct the air resupply operation?
Again, Colonel North was given a very broad charter to carry out a mission, and I did not micromanage him. I don't think it's appropriate.
Did he tell you he was doing it?
I was aware that he had information on the times of delivery, and I assumed that he was indeed staying in close coordination with the private support effort.
In your method of managing subordinates, I think you've testified that you tend to give them responsibility and then not attempt to micromanage them.
I give them authority. I maintain the responsibility, Mr. Foley.
So you assume the responsibility for the resupply effort because you knew it was being conducted by Colonel North and you did not interrupt or countermand those efforts.
That's correct.
Did you authorize Colonel North to use the air supply to drop lethal supplies in Nicaragua?
There was no distinction in my mind in the private logistics support organization between lethal and non-lethal weapons or material.
Even at
the
the
whole question of lethal and non-lethal, I think, is a very difficult semantic question, and it really only arose with regard to the $27 million appropriation.
And as far as you're concerned, that was not a very good distinction in law or in practice. Is that correct?
I think, as you've all heard in the prior testimony here by Secretary Abrams, in practice it was a very difficult issue to resolve as to what was lethal and what was non-lethal.
In September of 1986, did Colonel North give you a photo album prepared by Colonel Dutton to show to the President?
I don't recall seeing the photo album. I do recall being aware that it was available. My recollection is that Colonel North told me that he had a photo album if I wanted to show it to the President. At that point, we were heavily involved in other issues, and I did not accept his offer to show it to the President. In fact, I don't recall seeing it. The first time I recall seeing it was on television during one of your hearings.
So, to your knowledge, the President never saw the album?
No.
Colonel North testified that he had discussions with David Walker concerning certain military missions inside Nicaragua during 1985. Did you know about these activities?
I recall that Colonel North reported to me at one point, I've lost track of the time frame, but that a man named David Walker had come to town, and as I recall, Secretary John Lehman, who was Secretary of the Navy at the time, had made it known that Walker was an interesting person that somebody ought to talk to. Colonel North reported talking to David Walker and generally laid out who he was and what sort of assistance he might be able to provide the Contra leadership.
You knew there was a former SAS officer?
I believe I did.
And that there was discussion underway about conducting military operations inside Nicaragua under David Walker's direction?
As I recall, my level of detailed knowledge on that was simply that he was an ex-SAS officer involved in an international security business and thought that he might be helpful to the Contra leadership in their fight against the Sandinistas.
Do you know whether Colonel North directed him to the Contra leadership and helped coordinate his activity?
I don't recall knowing that. I would not have been surprised.
You wouldn't have disapproved of that effort?
Absolutely not.
Were you concerned about the United States government being involved through an intermediary security specialist in the performance of military operations inside Nicaragua?
I don't think that's inappropriate at all. As I have testified numerous times before this body, I did not feel as if the Boland Amendment applied to the NSC staff, and there weren't any restrictions on our putting the Contra leadership in contact with people that might be of assistance to them. They needed help. We were trying to do everything we could to help them.
Well, you're familiar as a national security advisor with the usual standards of international conduct. Isn't it true that if the United States government directly perpetrated acts of military violence inside a country with which we have diplomatic relations, that that could be considered an act of war?
Mr. Foley, under the presidential findings that existed long before this, the United States policy was to do that very thing.
To commit acts of war against Nicaragua?
I'd like the request, please, that the witness be allowed to continue his answer.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt the witness, counsel.
Let's continue.
I don't consider that an act of war. The Sandinista government is exporting a revolution to the surrounding countries of the area. I think that's a much more serious problem. All that we were doing was putting the Contra leadership in contact with an expert that might be of assistance to them in training and in operations.
Well, if I can review your answer, as I understood you to say that under a previous finding, the President had approved this kind of thing. And the previous question to that was whether, if it been done directly by the United States, whether committing acts of military violence in Nicaragua could be considered an act of war. Now, I'm still a little uncertain about what your answer is with respect to the activities. You say that they're not acts of war, but they are acts of military violence. Would you agree?
I'm not saying that that we were directly involved in that. What I'm saying is that Colonel North talked to Mr. Walker to find out what his capabilities were, and then I assume that he put Walker in contact with the Contra leadership. What the Contra leadership decided to do with Mr. Walker is a decision for the Contra leadership.
Do you know what later happened in Nicaragua?
I do not know.
We were, in effect, a sort of broker to bring David Walker together with the Contra leadership for the purpose of what he proposed to do in the way of committing military acts within Nicaragua. We were at least in that role. Is that
Mr.
correct?
Foley, I don't see any difference between putting Mr. Walker in contact with the Contra leadership than I do in encouraging private support to the Contras to carry on their fight against the communist Sandinista government.
Was the President informed of Mr. Walker's activity at any time?
No, he was not.
To your knowledge, has he ever been informed about it prior to these hearings?
Would you repeat the question, please?
To your knowledge, has he ever been informed about it prior to the public disclosure of Mr. Walker's activity?
I doubt it. In fact, as I've just testified, I don't recall knowing if any results ever came out of the Walker connection.
With respect to the air resupply operation, did the President ever give specific authority for Colonel North to conduct the air resupply operation?
Mr. Foley, I've gone over this question numerous times now, and I've told you what I feel was the President's understanding. And it did not include something as specific as directing Colonel North to conduct air supply operations.
I understand you've told us the President has general knowledge, and I accept that answer. I'm trying to find out whether the President had more specific knowledge. You told us that the President had specific knowledge about the construction of the airfield, which is a detail of the effort of air resupply. I'm just asking you if he knew about the general effort to resupply or authorized it, and you've answered the question. Colonel North testified that in the summer of 1985, rather than route money directly to the Contras, he participated in the establishment of a secret Swiss bank account under his control. When you approved the diversion of funds from the sale of arms to Iran, did you also approve the use of the Swiss bank accounts, the secret Swiss bank accounts?
Well, Mr. Foley, I don't think it's accurate to say that Colonel North established a Swiss bank account under his control.
I said participate.
Well, I misunderstood you then. I was aware that Colonel North was concerned about the logistics operation, the way it was going, and I was aware that he was going to Miami to talk to the Contra leadership about this, and I was aware that he was going to talk to General Secord about setting up a more professional logistics support operation as a private operation. With regard to details of bank accounts that General Secord may or may not have had, I simply didn't get involved in that.
Did you know about it?
I suppose at some point I probably did, only from the standpoint of it being mentioned probably in passing in talking about the amount of money that was available to the Contra leadership. But with regard to how many accounts and what their names were,
were you told how much money was available to the Contra leadership from these accounts?
The only figure that I can recall is the one that you've got in one of the exhibits where Colonel North indicated to me that that there was $6 million available. Earlier on, when support was coming from what we have referred to as Country 2, I was generally aware of the amount of money that was available then.
Were you led to believe by Colonel North that $6 million from the sale of arms to Iran was going to be available to the Contras?
That's the reference I was just making.
Were you satisfied later that that $6 million was actually distributed to the Contras?
Again, that is a detail that I did not get into. I don't know that.
You don't have any knowledge at a later time that you can recall of, you had no knowledge of how much actually went to the Contras?
No, I do not know.
Do you know if the main force of the Contras, the FDN, was ever provided with any of the funds from the diversion of funds?
I have no basis on which to answer that question.
You don't actually know who got the money? Or?
I don't know that.
Well, there's been a lot of testimony here about keeping the body and soul of the Contras alive during 1986 from the sale of arms to Iran. Are you testifying that you don't, of your own knowledge, know if they got a dollar of it?
No. Look.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think the testimony, the words say what they say. I think
Well,
the witness has
rephrase
made
the
it
question.
clear. The witness has made it clear. He's testified now. This is his 8th day of testimony. In 4 days of private deposition, we were told that we wanted to get the facts out, find out, and so on.
Let me
so we
rephrase
can
the
move on. Let
question,
me just
Counsel.
finish.
I'll withdraw the
I'd like
question
to
and
finish
rephrase.
my objection, because my objection is we're going over and over the same ground. Again, this is the 8th day. This witness has testified on many occasions that he did not know the actual details of where the bank accounts were and where the money went to. But he's never denied the fact that the Contras received some part of the money. That's been asked and answered over and over.
Counsel, the question has been withdrawn here, so there's no basis for an objection.
Thank you.
However, the member certainly has the right to ask questions that he thinks need further explanation. I recognize that the witness is asked again and again to comment on certain transactions, but members have the right to explore it in detail. Mr. Foley, you may proceed.
Well, let me suggest something to you and ask for your response. I would suggest to you that Mr. Calero has testified that in 1986, the main force of the Contra resistance in northern Nicaragua, force is generally put to be about 12,000 to 15,000 men, did not receive any funds from the accounts of General Secord or Mr. Hakim. Do you have any response to that? Do you know whether that is true, or do you have any comment on it?
I heard Adolfo Calero's testimony, and I'm sure that it was truthful. If it were not for these hearings and the special prosecutor, I think that all of the parties involved, General Secord, Mr. Hakim, Mr. Calero, Colonel North, could sit down and sort this out very accurately. But as things stand now, there's no opportunity for that sort of consultation, and I don't know what the correct answer is.
Let me ask you to respond to this, if you wish, that the only funds that were distributed from the accounts of Mr. Hakim and General Secord that resulted from the diversion of funds were applied to the so-called Southern Front, most of them for the purchase of aircraft and the payment of salaries, and that about $600,000 or so was the amount of the supplies that were provided to the Southern Front. Do you have any reaction to that statement?
No, I don't.
You do not yourself, is it your testimony that you do not yourself know how the funds were distributed from the sale of arms to Iran, or whether any of those funds reached the Northern Front and all of them, if any, reached the Southern Front that were distributed? Is that?
I have great trust and confidence in Colonel North and General Secord, and I was confident that they would make the right judgments and do the best they could under a very difficult set of circumstances of keeping the Contras alive as a fighting force, and I still believe they did the best they could under very difficult circumstances.
Where was the fighting force of the Contras, the main force of the
I'm
Contras?
sorry?
Where was the main force of the Contra resistance? In northern Nicaragua or in the southern front?
The main fighting force in country was, of course, in the north. One of our objectives in order to keep pressure on the Sandinista government was to make the force in the south a better force.
Can you tell
we
me...
also worked very hard in getting political coordination between the leaders in the south and the leaders in the north.
What I'm trying to understand, Admiral Poindexter, is how it can be said again and again in these hearings that the diversion of funds which you authorized in February 1986 from the sale of arms to Iran kept the Contras alive during a critical period, when you yourself do not quarrel with the testimony that the main force of the Contra resistance, by far, the northern front, did not receive any of those funds?
I haven't testified to that. I said I don't know.
Well, if you don't know, how can you testify that the Contra force was kept alive by the diversion of funds, if you don't know whether they got any of the money or not?
I don't believe that I've attributed keeping the Contras alive only to the transfer of residual funds.
So you're not willing
it was the whole effort of private support, third country support, getting political, developing political cohesiveness amongst the Contra leadership, helping them focus on what their objectives were. Those things taken in toto, I believe, kept the Contras alive as a fighting force.
So you're not willing to say here that it was the diversion of funds that purchased vital supplies to keep the main force of the Contras alive?
No, I don't believe I've ever testified to that.
All right, thank you. If we can turn a moment to the sale of arms to Iran. You testified, I believe, that the President approved, in general, the so-called 9 points that were discussed with the Iranians in Tehran.
Yes, that's correct.
And was he given point-by-point explanation of what those 9 points were?
I don't recall the actual conversation with the President. It would have been during the campaign. We were very likely on the road. It was probably a very short briefing.
I think this is Exhibit 62, the reference. Were these 9 points for discussion with the Iranians serious proposals, or were they designed to merely open up possibilities for discussion?
May we have a minute to look at the
Yes.
exhibit? Thank you.
Those 9 points and the whole effort with the second channel, which we felt, and not only by we, I'll define it this time, Mr. Foley, it was me, Bill Casey, Bill Casey's people at the agency, and Colonel North felt that the second channel was a very credible channel that went to an official within the Iranian government in a very high position, and we thought the channel showed a great deal of promise. The 9 points were designed to get over the first hurdle, which we have always described was getting our hostages back, and after that, setting up a mechanism through which we could carry on a more strategic dialogue with what we consider to be the pragmatic elements within the Iranian government.
Without the American hostages, no such undertakings as these would be made to the Iranians. Isn't that true?
Say that again?
Without the existence of American hostages and the desire to have them released, no such undertakings as these would ever be made to the Iranians. Isn't that true?
I don't think that I would make such a statement.
Well, let me put it another way then. Could you conceive of the United States authorizing the sale of Hawk missiles and Hawk missile parts and TOW missiles in substantial numbers in order just to begin a geopolitical dialogue with the Iranians?
That's a hypothetical question.
You answered a hypothetical question last Friday in these terms.
Well, sometimes maybe I don't want to answer a hypothetical question.
So, you don't prefer to answer this one?
No, let me give you an answer. The problem that we've tried to discuss earlier in these hearings was that Iran is in a very strategic location that is critical to the security of the free world. It is important that we not simply ignore Iran and the coming succession to power in that country. It's important that we have a better understanding of through intelligence as to what's happening in the country, what people are thinking, what their hopes and desires are for the future. I think there's a recognition amongst many Iranian officials that things can't go on the way they've been going on. The economy is in a shambles. They're in a no-win war that Iraq started, and they're grasping for help. And whether or not there had been hostages in Lebanon, which we thought the Iranians might have some influence over, I don't know. We might very likely have decided that we needed to open up a channel into the Iranian government. In fact, the NSDD, that was the draft that was prepared by the NSC staff in early 1985, was specifically oriented toward the strategic objectives on Iran before there was any connection whatsoever with the hostages.
When was that NSCDD issued, do you recall?
It was not issued. That's what I said. A draft NSDD was prepared and distributed to the various
when was that?
Departments in June of 1985.
So
the first approach, I believe, to Mr. McFarland by the Israelis was in July of 1985.
But it was 4 years into the administration before these it suddenly decided that there was a need to open up a channel.
That isn't true, Mr. Foley.
Was there an earlier draft or earlier discussions prior to?
There were many, many earlier discussions within the NSC staff and with Director Casey and other cabinet level officials about the problem that we didn't know what was happening in Iran. Iran was important to the United States, and it was high time we figured out a way. And there were a lot of efforts that are not directly related to this hearing that were made.
But it was not until the hostages were taken and the proposal that Iran needed arms made it possible to suggest that sale of arms to Iran might facilitate the release of hostages and the broader purposes you've described?
I'm sorry, Mr. Foley, would you repeat your question?
But it was not until the American hostages were taken and the Iran was said to be in desperate need of military supplies to continue its military operations against Iraq that there was a connection between the sale of arms to Iran and the removal of this first obstacle to improved relations, the release of hostages?
I don't think that's an accurate and fair description of our thinking or our objectives. As I have testified before many times now, the problem was that we saw a strategic problem with Iran. An opportunity presented itself to us to open up a channel into the Iranian government. The problem, though, in any sort of endeavor like this, especially after the animosity and damaging relationship that the United States has had with Iran, certainly not due to actions we've taken, but actions that the Iranian government has taken, there is a lack of confidence on both sides to begin such a dialogue. The confidence-building measure that the United States thought would be effective, and also we believed that the Iranians thought it would be effective, was to sell them a small quantity of essentially defensive arms. The confidence-building measure on their part was to put pressure on the Hezbollah, the Shia fundamentalist group in Lebanon that actually had the hostages. The Iranian government was to put pressure on those groups to release the hostages. That would have been their good faith step.
So our good faith step was the sale of arms. Their good faith step was the release of hostages.
That's correct. No, putting pressure on the Hezbollah for them to release the hostages. As it turned out,
arranging for the release of the hostages.
As it turned out, I don't believe that they had the control over the Hezbollah that we thought they did in the beginning.
But we were willing to have the two confidence-building first steps to be the exchange, the release of hostages for the sale of defensive arms.
The tenor of your question would mean that the only thing that we were really interested in were the hostages, and that's simply not the case.
No, you testified that the confidence-building action on our part was the sale of a small quantity of defensive arms, quote unquote, and that the confidence-building action on their part was the intervention with the Hezbollah to release American hostages. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And my question to you was, we were willing to have the confidence-building mechanisms on the two sides consist of our sale of defensive arms to them and their intercession to release the hostages.
In effect, if you exclude all other aspects of the initiative, it does come down to that. But and I think the discussions that have taken place in the press and in the media and in these hearings has tended to ignore the other aspects of the initiative. You can't just look at a part of a problem in isolation from the rest of it.
But at that point, in 1986, the initial steps were confidence-building exchanges of arms for hostages. Isn't that fair?
I've always said that the first hurdle that we had to get over in carrying on a strategic dialogue with the Iranians was to get the hostages back. Otherwise, we wouldn't have any reason to believe that they were operating in good faith.
And you believe that the violation of our stated policy around the world through Operation Staunch and other activities was not seriously damaged by this undertaking?
Absolutely not, Mr. Foley. First of all, our policy was not an arms embargo against Iran. We don't just all of a sudden out of the blue decide to embargo arms to Iran. The policy objective there was an end to the Iran-Iraq War. Now, one of the methods that we went about to achieve that policy objective was to try to reduce the flow of arms into Iran. We frankly weren't very successful. As it turns out, Bill Casey and I firmly believed before he died that the actions that we had taken with the Iranians, the talks that we had had with them, were responsible for preventing or postponing a major Iranian attack across the border against Iraq. Now, that didn't have anything to do with the fact that we'd provided arms. It had to do with our discussions with the Iranians, explaining to them that we didn't think the Soviets would ever allow them to defeat Iraq, and they better rethink their situation. Now, that is a step toward our objective of ending the Iran-Iraq War. The provision of the small amount of defensive arms was important to get them to listen to us, to listen to our reasoning.
If you had it to do over again, you would not have stopped the process of this kind of exchange. Is that fair?
If it had not been exposed, the next step was to bring in officials within the State Department in the actual discussions with the Iranians, and who knows where it would have led. As I testified the other day, I think there is still a possibility.
The problem was in the exposure, not in the policy.
That's correct.
Thank you. I'll reserve the balance.
Did the gentleman reserve the balance of his time? The gentleman reserves 15 minutes. And we move now to the 15-minute rule. The chair recognizes the chairman of the Senate Select Committee.
I'm pleased to recognize the gentleman from Maryland, Senator Sarbanes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Admiral Poindexter, how did it come about that you went to work at the National Security Council? That was in June of 1981?
Yes, in June of 1981.
How did that happen?
Mr. Richard Allen, who was the National Security Advisor at the time, became acquainted with me through his deputy at the time, who was retired Admiral Bud Nance, who had worked with Mr. Allen during the presidential campaign in 1980.
Were you the highest-ranking military officer on the National Security Council staff?
Yes, I was. I was the highest-ranking military officer in the White House.
And did that remain the case throughout your 4.5 years in the White House?
It did.
Now, when did you first learn about the arms shipments to Iran?
With hindsight and going over all of the exhibits and the information that has been provided to me within the past few months, it appears that I was aware of arms shipments probably shortly after the release of the first hostage. It may have been shortly before that, but in that time frame.
So that would have been in the fall of 1985?
Probably late summer of 1985.
And then were you aware of each subsequent shipment of arms to Iran?
Yes, I was.
Including the very significant shipments that were made directly by the United States through the Seacourt operation in 1986?
Yes, that's correct.
Would you turn to Exhibit 65, please? This is a transcript of the press conference you did with Meet the Press on November 16th of 1986. I think some 9 days before you submitted your resignation. And right on the last page of that On the last page of that transcript, right in the middle, you state, the only shipments that the United States government authorized were those that the President described the other night, which taken in toto would fill a single cargo aircraft. That is the extent of the U.S. involvement with Iran on this issue.
Mr. Sarbanes, if we may, I think to give a fair impression, I'd like to have the previous question and answer read as well as the next question that comes out with the full answer.
Fine, the Admiral can use it in his response, but the question I want to put to you, that was out and out false, was it not?
No, I don't think so. Let me read the preceding question and answer.
The questioning is by Andrea Mitchell.
The question is, Admiral, can I just clear up one fact about the kinds of weapons? The defense minister, the Israeli defense minister, Mr. Rabin, has said that nothing was sent by Israel, no American weapons that were not directly approved by the United States. Is that true? I answered, I don't care to answer that question in public. Our relations with all of the third countries that may or may not have been involved in this should be private. Question, can you at least deny the reports that have come to us from very authoritative sources in Israel that they did ship offensive arms parts for jet fighters? My answer, the point that the President has made and that I've made before on this issue is that the only shipments that the U.S. government authorized were those that the President described the other night, which taken in toto would fill a single cargo aircraft. That is the extent of the U.S. involvement with Iran on this issue. Now, the point here is that there were all sorts of rumors floating around out there about shiploads of arms from Israel to Iran, the business about parts for jet fighters had been a long-standing speculation. I have some personal views on that, but we frankly have very little concrete evidence. The point about the 2008 tows and the 240 spare parts for the Hawk missile system, we wanted to get across the point that the amount of arms that were sold to Iran under this project was a very small amount. When we got into this issue in early November, I asked Colonel North to estimate in some way that the public would understand what the volume would be. We wanted to get away from this idea that there were shiploads of arms being provided to Iran. And he came back to me after talking to General Secord and said that the cubic volume of the 2008 tows and the 240 Hawk missile parts would fit in a C-5 aircraft. Now, I didn't sit down and do the calculations. Now, on the 16th of November, which is the date of this meeting or of this appearance on Meet the Press, I personally had forgotten about the Hawk missiles. Now, even taking, and I'm not quite sure, because I simply haven't talked to Colonel North. I don't know how they took the Hawk missiles into account. But in my mind, the statement is still reasonably accurate from the standpoint of trying to describe the small volume of weapons that were provided to Iran. Because after all, the 18 Hawk missiles, although they were transferred, they came right back. And so those Hawk missiles had nothing to do and didn't have any impact on the war effort.
So you continue to take the position that the extent of the U.S. involvement with Iran on this issue in terms of the shipment of arms were arms in the quantity that they would have fitted in a single cargo aircraft. Is that correct?
That characterization was meant to describe 2008 tow missiles and 240 Hawk missile parts, Hawk missile battery parts.
In other words, it was not meant to describe all of the arms that had been sent.
Well, as I have testified, on the 16th of November, 1986, I did not recall the episode with the Hawk missiles in November. With hindsight, even taking them into account, it seems to me that that is still effectively an accurate answer, in that the 18 Hawk missiles, although they were delivered to Iran, they were also taken out of Iran.
Now,
So
you knew,
the net of all of that is 2,008 tow missiles and 240 Hawk missile battery parts.
now you knew about the diversion that took place of the proceeds of the Iranian arms sale to support the Contra effort. Is that correct?
Yes, I authorized that.
If you would turn to Exhibit 72. This is a press conference that Attorney General Meese had on November 25th, and he was asked General Meese, who in the NSC was aware that this extra amount, this is in the middle of the, about in the middle of the page, the third page of the press conference.
I think we have it here, beginning with General Meese, who in the NSC was aware.
Yes, that this extra amount of money was being transferred to the so-called Contras or under their control. Did Admiral Poindexter specifically know? And then they go on to ask about others. And in his response, General Meese said, none of us knew. When you say that Poindexter knew, do you mean he approved of it? No. This is General Meese responding. No, Admiral Poindexter knew generally that something of this nature was happening. He did not know the details. In fact, you knew more than generally, did you not?
Well, as I have testified before, Ed Meese did not ask me if I had approved. It was a very short session, informal session in my office, and I told him I was generally aware. He didn't ask me any more questions. At that point, I didn't provide any more information.
Well, this
answer... And I didn't suggest to Mr. Meese that he say this. That you'll have to talk to him about it.
Well, but on the basis of the actual facts, this is a misleading response by the Attorney General, is it not?
Well, again, you'll have to ask Mr. Meese to evaluate that. I don't plan to.
Well, you would not have briefed the Attorney General to give this response on the nature of your involvement, would you?
Say that again?
You would not have briefed the Attorney General to give this response on the nature of your involvement.
No,
This is not an accurate reflection of your involvement, is it?
As I have testified, I did not know that Ed Meese was going to go out in the press room for a session until shortly before he was on the air.
Now, I'm interested to know why the Iranian findings were treated differently. You, in response to questioning, said, we handled this is on page 56 of your responses on the very first day. We handled
That's
this...
the first day of the public testimony?
Yes, Counsel. We handled this series of 3 findings outside of our normal system. We did have a normal process through which most findings were managed. Now, in this instance, as I understand it, you held these findings, not only the November finding, with the retroactive finding with respect to the transfer of arms to Iran, but also the January findings were retained in your immediate office. Is that correct?
Maybe just look at this testimony for a minute, please, Mr. Senator. That's page 56. Of the Wednesday morning session or the Wednesday afternoon session?
Wednesday morning, page 56.
I'm sorry, but on page 56, I can't find any reference to it. I'm sorry, excuse me.
These three findings, as I have testified, were indeed handled outside of our normal system. I've also testified that what I prefer to call the December 1985 finding, it was sent to me in November, but the President didn't actually sign it until
December 5.
early December. That was not properly staffed, and I regret that. It was a situation where I was being pestered by the Deputy Director of Central Intelligence to get it signed, and we simply didn't take the proper steps in staffing that. For example, it would have been good to have discussed that with the Attorney General, which was our standard procedure. Now, aside from the December finding, the first draft of the January finding and the final version, January 17th, in terms of the principles involved, and by that I mean the President, the Vice President, the Attorney General, Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, and me, we were all involved in that finding. Those are the principals, cabinet officers that are involved with any finding.
No,
we didn't choose to use our standard administrative procedure because it was a very sensitive operation that we didn't want to leak out. And as I have testified, the way I feel that you stop leaks in this city is that you limit the number of people that are aware of a secret document. The problem is that in the normal administrative procedure, if we had followed that, there would probably have been an additional 100 people or so that were aware of the finding, and I didn't want that to happen.
Were these the only findings that were handled in this extraordinary fashion?
Let me think about that a moment. They are the only findings that I'm aware of that were not eventually briefed to the appropriate members of Congress. Now, whether we had other findings that we kept out of the normal administrative process, I'd have to think about that to be sure my answer was accurate.
But none occurs to you at the moment?
Not right at the moment.
All right.
Now, Mr. Chairman, I've kept my part of the bargain by providing Admiral Poindexter up here for closed sessions. We've been up here for 4 days. I notice there's a red light on here. I'm going to ask that this committee keep its part of the bargain.
Mr. Chairman,
Counsel, the chair will enforce the time rules. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have one final question. Admiral, you've taken the position here that if the President had known about the diversion, he would have approved it. The Chief of Staff, Mr. Baker, has said that Admiral Poindexter's remark is based on no conversation with the President and based on no piece of evidence. And in fact, the President said in his March press conference that had he known about it, you would have heard him shout all the way down the corridor and through the door. Now, how are we going to square your position with that of the President's? Or to put a more fundamental question, what steps can we take to prevent future national security advisors from arrogating unto themselves this authority? We have an instance here in which you've assumed this authority. You assert that the President would approve it. The President is very clear in saying he would not.
Well, as I have testified before, Senator, I think it was very clear in my mind that I had the authority to approve that action. Now, one of the reasons that I testified that I decided to approve it was that I felt that the President would have approved it if I had asked him in February of 1986. I still feel that way. Now, this is a great deal of time later. A lot of things have happened. The circumstances are different, and I frankly don't think it's appropriate to speculate now on what the decision would have been at the time given the conditions that existed at the time. The conditions today are different.
Well, the
Now,
President says
you know,
he would
clearly-
not have approved it. Is that correct?
May we finish our response, please, Mr. Senator?
Clearly there's a contradiction, and I think that contradiction is going to have to stand. I have testified what I believed at the time and what I believe today. Now, there can be disagreements about that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Cheney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Admiral Poindexter.
Good morning.
At the outset, I think it's important to recognize your many years of devoted service to the nation. Unfortunately, one of the byproducts of this kind of exercise is that a great many people will come to know you only in connection with the controversy surrounding the Iran-Contra affair and not be aware of your years of service as an officer in the United States Navy or your many years of service on the NSC staff on behalf of the President. We have a bit of a tendency in the Congress to act as if we're the fount of all political virtue in this society, and obviously we're not. We have our share of knaves and fools as well, none on this committee, of course. But I must admit to a certain amount of ambivalence to all of these proceedings and to the events we're looking at here. I share the view of Mr. Hyde and others that the survival of the Contras in a form that the Congress could reverse itself and ultimately support them was absolutely essential and a major achievement. I personally do not believe the Boland Amendment applied to the President or to his immediate staff or to the NSC staff. I think it was perfectly acceptable for the President to encourage third countries to contribute to the cause of the Contras. I have enormous respect for Mr. Boland. I simply don't think much of his amendment because I believe it did, in fact, provide an opportunity for the Sandinistas to consolidate their position in Nicaragua. It gave them a 2-year hiatus, during which period of time the lack of official U.S. support served merely to weaken the Contras and to permit the Sandinistas to consolidate a communist regime in Managua. Having said all that, I look at the Iranian transaction and I must admit to being a bit more skeptical about the wisdom of those proceedings. I think it's understandable why the President took the action he did. I think when you consider the plight of the hostages, and especially Mr. Buckley, that there's no question but what they weighed heavily on his mind and were an important consideration in his decision. I will grant you the argument about the strategic significance of Iran. I think it's clearly there. What I'd like to do, if I might, is ask you to hark back to a meeting last November, shortly after all of these events began to unfold. My recollection is that the election was on November 4th, and that about the 4th or 5th of November was the first disclosure in the press in Lebanon alleging that the U.S. was involved in selling arms to the Ayatollah. Is that your memory?
I believe that's correct.
And following that, I think I'm correct in saying that the first meeting in which members of Congress were notified or briefed about all of this happened, I think, on November 12th in a meeting in the Situation Room attended by Senator Byrd, Senator Dole, Speaker Wright, and myself. Do you recall that meeting?
Yes, I thought it was on the 13th, but my recollection is that the President was going to give a nationwide speech on the evening of the 13th, and I thought we had you down the afternoon of the 13th. It may have been the 12th.
It was the 12th of the 13th. Anyway, I recall that President of the meeting also was the President, the Vice President, Attorney General Meese, I believe, Secretary of State Schultz, Secretary Weinberger, Director Casey, Don Regan, White House Chief of Staff, and yourself, and then we met in the Situation Room, and for the first time, members of Congress, the leadership, were offered background information, if you will, or a briefing on these events. I'm curious about the decision to call the meeting, about what the background of the meeting was, and also what the efforts were to prepare for it.
In the early days of November, I guess it would be the period of time from Election Day or the day after when we began to focus on the problem. From then until the 13th, I believe, the President felt, and I certainly agreed with him and encouraged the position that we continue to withhold as much information as possible about the project, because we still felt at that point that we could salvage something out of it. We thought that there was still an opportunity to get more of the hostages back. We thought that there was still an opportunity to make progress through the second channel into the Iranian government. The second channel was continued to make contact with some of Bill Casey's people on a nearly daily basis. They were trying to explain to us what had happened there and trying to get us not to overreact. And because of these considerations, the President felt, and I certainly agreed with him, and as I said, encouraged it, that we continue to withhold as much information as possible. But in my view, I think shared by the President, there was overreaction in the press that egged on members of Congress. In fact, I can recall a conversation with one member of Congress who had written me about it, and I called him back as soon as I could to talk to him about it. And he frankly wasn't very concerned and said that the only reason that he had made the statement that he had in the press was because the press was putting pressure on him. Now, as time wore on, this pressure began to build up, and it became obvious that, and we knew this from the beginning, but we wanted to hold off as long as we could. But it became obvious that the President needed to go before the American public and explain in broad general terms what it was we were trying to do. Before we did that, we obviously wanted to talk to the congressional leadership so they would not be surprised at the content of the President's speech.
My impression, Admiral, admittedly made fuzzy by many months of intervening debate over these issues, is that there was a sequence of events, of the public events, which was all we could perceive at the time, of the meeting with the four of us, the President's speech, which I believe was the following night, the subsequent press conference a week later, in which, viewed now with the benefit of hindsight, my impression still is that Congress was not given the complete story at that point. That what we saw, in effect, was, as Senator Sarbanes mentioned, we still harked back to the notion that it was only a single plane load of weapons. The President used that phrase in his speech on the 13th, I recall. And many of us went out in good faith because our President had, in effect, asked us to, and briefed our constituents, appeared on national television, enthusiastically endorsed the President's policy and tried to defend him, only to find out subsequently that we didn't have the whole story. And as Mr. Hyde mentioned the other day, puts a member of Congress in considerable difficulty when he finds himself left hanging on a limb because the story that he's been given by administration officials and that he's tried to support publicly turns out not to be true, or at least inaccurate, not complete. Do you have any concern about that at all?
Well, as I have testified before, it was my plan to continue to withhold the connection with the Contras, and so I readily accept responsibility for that. But with regard to the rest of the Iranian project, I tried to present to you and the 3 other congressional leaders in a short period of time the general outline of what it was we were trying to do, and I think that that was accurate as I recall it now and as I recalled it at that time. Again, maybe the use of an aircraft to describe the volume was an unartful way of doing it, but what we were trying to do was to knock down the idea that there were shiploads, very large amounts of all sorts of arms involved in the project. And as I recall, in the meeting that you're describing in the Situation Room, we did get into the numbers of weapons that were involved. I don't believe that I covered at that time the aborted Hawk transfer, but that was simply not intended to mislead you. It was simply at that point I did not recall that those Hawk missiles had been transferred and then returned.
Well, Admiral, I'm not one of those members who thinks Congress has to be told everything in advance. I think there are legitimate areas where the President ought to be given some flexibility in that arena. I disagree with some of the members of this committee. I do believe Congress leaks like a sieve. I think this committee has leaked. But I also spent a long enough period of time in the executive branch to know that it leaked like a sieve as well. And one of our biggest problems, of course, in recent years has been espionage cases. Everything from the Howard case, the CIA official who sold out to the Soviets, the Pelton case, former NSA official sold out to the Soviets, the Walker spy cases involving the Navy, Mr. Chin, agent for the PRC, Mr. Pollard, agent for the Israeli government. And if we are to embark upon a policy that says that we are only going to provide information to units of the government that we're sure never leak or haven't been penetrated by the opposition, we obviously would have to start with writing off a big portion of the executive branch as well. It seems to me that that's not a sufficient rationale for excluding Congress from some of these proceedings. And
that, of course, is what we did. And we also excluded it from a large part of the executive branch,
right.
A very large part.
And it held for a while.
It did.
There are news reports out today that Colonel North was responsible for briefing Newsweek magazine on the Achille Lauro incident. Do you know anything about that? Do you have any reason to believe those reports are valid?
Is this... I haven't seen the reference that you're making. I assume that this is the Newsweek article that appeared at the time, shortly after Achille Lauro?
Yes.
I don't have any basis on which to feel that Colonel North provided that information. I don't know.
Okay. Well, I don't want to...
It certainly did not come from me.
Certainly. I didn't suggest it did, Admiral. Nobody has ever accused you of being anything other than closed-mouthed. It's been one of your great, attributes. But the concern I have is that and I don't mean to moralize about not telling lies. There are a lot of people who will do that. There've been plenty of expressions of moral indignation and outrage over some of these events, and I think a lot of it's unjustified or excessive, if you will. The reason for not misleading the Congress is a very practical one. It's stupid. It's self-defeating, because while it may in fact allow you to prevail in the problem of the moment, eventually you destroy the President's credibility. And the President's powers are, for the most part, the powers to persuade. He can't compel anybody to do much of anything. He has to rely upon his capacity to persuade the Congress to support difficult policies, to persuade the public, to make difficult decisions and support difficult policies. And every time actions taken by the President or his subordinates that raises questions about his credibility, it's just that much more difficult the next time around to argue that in fact the President's telling the truth, that he has solid information. I look back at the events of the Reagan administration. I can think of several incidents where the President's credibility was absolutely essential to having the American people understand and support what it was he wanted to do. I think of the shoot down of the Korean airliner and the charges the Soviets made that somehow this was an espionage mission, or the Grenada operation, where there were charges that this was just a willful use of power and there was no justification to take the action that was taken. The Libyan raid, the bombing raid, the Marine deployment in Lebanon, the need to aid the Contras, the level of support that the Soviets provide to the Contras in Nicaragua, or to the Sandinistas in Nicaragua, and thereby justify our involvement, the attractiveness of a potential arms deal with the Soviet Union. All of these things ultimately, from the standpoint of the President and a successful policy, depend upon his ability to be able to persuade the Congress and the American people that he understands the problem, that he's looked at it, and that the course of action he's recommended is based in fact and a sound policy. But if you go back and find instances where, whether it's the Iranian arms transaction or the alleged diversion of funds to the Contras, where there's question about his credibility, then it seems to me you've destroyed his effectiveness for the future, seriously weakened, made his problems of governing more difficult than they might otherwise be. You have any concern about that? Was that ever a subject for discussion?
Well, in my view, I think that the President has remained very credible throughout this whole episode. That, of course, was part of my plan. That's also why I recognized when I approved the diversion or the transfer of the residual funds to the Contras, that if indeed that ever did leak out, that I would have to resign, and I was prepared to do that. I approved it. I accept responsibility for it, and I don't think that the President has lost any credibility because of that. He has said all along that he was unaware. Indeed, he was unaware. I think with regard to the Iranian project, in the speech that he made to the country, the statements were accurate, in my view. I still feel they were accurate. We weren't telling everything that we knew at that point, and that was very deliberate. And I frankly think, Mr. Cheney, that the American people understand that. I don't think they want to know the secrets of all of the details of the actions that the U.S. government takes in trying to implement foreign policy and to protect the national security of the United States. The kind of responses that I've been getting in telegrams since my public appearance here, convinces me that that is the case. I think the American people understand very well that they don't want to know all of the details.
Well, Admiral, I see my time is up, and I'm not suggesting that there's any obligation on the part of the President to tell the American people all the details about sensitive operations. I don't think that's the point. The point is that if the relationship's going to work long term, there have to be a handful of members of Congress who have enough knowledge about policy to be able to do whatever needs to be done on the Hill to support and sustain the President's efforts downtown. And my concern is that as I look at this whole series of events, speaking as a strong partisan of the Contras and I think a strong supporter of yours and the President's currently, that's one of the most disturbing aspects of this exercise, that in the effort to win the struggle of the moment, damage may have been done long term. Now, to the President's credit, I think eventually he got it squared away. He did begin very aggressively to help cooperate to lay out the facts so that we could in fact get to the bottom of it. He supported the work of the committee. He's cooperated with us in every instance, appointed the Tower Commission, etc. And I think we did eventually clear away the underbrush, and I feel good about that. But I am concerned that that one particular element of it is vital, and I hope we don't lose sight of it in further deliberations.
I certainly agree with you, Mr. Cheney, that we need to develop a better way. The problem, of course, I think, as you recognize and as you have alluded to, with the environment that has existed in recent history and may even still exist today, I don't think that it is possible to brief a limited number of members of Congress and then have them be willing to take the necessary actions to preclude members that are unaware from asking questions that then again put the administration in a very difficult position. I think there needs to be a greater acceptance of the fact that the President's power under the Constitution makes him the primary architect of foreign policy. And the American people have a chance every 4 years to confirm or deny that particular foreign policy. And the President ought to be given an opportunity to carry out the foreign policy that he has campaigned on. And if there's greater acceptance of that, then I think there will be more willingness to talk to limited numbers of members of Congress that Congress decides are the appropriate ones, and then other people in the Congress ought to stay out of the issue. That's my personal view.
I've used up my time. Thank you, Admiral.
The committees will take a 10-minute recess. The select committees will come to order. Chair recognizes the senator from New Hampshire.
Chairman, I recognize Senator Cohen of Maine for his allotted time. I want the record to show that I believe I have 8 minutes left, and I reserved it, and I'll yield 7 minutes of that to my friend from Maine.
I thank the Senator from New Hampshire. Admiral Poindexter, were there other covert operations that the NSC was operationally involved in other than this particular one during your tenure as advisor or while you served under Bud McFarlane?
Yes, there were.
would you be prepared in executive session to advise the committee as to the nature and extent of those operations?
Yes, I think so. I would want to, I think, first have my counsel check with the White House to make sure that they didn't have a problem with it.
All right. Now, you indicated during your first day that on one or two occasions there were one or two presidential findings that were retroactive in nature. And I want you to know that I have checked with the Senate Intelligence Committee, and the committee has never received a single finding that purported to authorize covert activities that have already taken place, which leads to one of two conclusions. Number one, either they were never reported to the Congress, or number two, they did not indicate the retroactive nature that the activities actually had taken place prior to their signing. And I was wondering if you could shed any light on those one or two occasions.
Senator, I think, as you know, the precise finding is not usually provided outside of the executive branch. There is a paper that's called an advisory, I believe is the term that we use now, that summarizes the activity. My recollection is still that there were one or two previous findings that had a retroactive feature. My recollection is that the actions that were to be included in this retroactive way were not very significant, but in my view, it was an overabundance of caution on the part of some people at CIA that insisted that such a sentence be included.
Well,
I don't know whether that was briefed to the Congress or not.
Perhaps we could discuss that also during the executive session. You also indicated during your first day that if the President had made a decision that you would expect Secretary... I'm sorry.
The Admiral just asked me appropriately as to what's this, is there going to be an executive session? If so,
the chair has not had a request for an executive session at this point, Counsel. We did that with Colonel North at one point, and if it's appropriate, we will go into executive session.
Because I point out, as I've stated many times, that this is our 8th day of testimony. We had 4 days of executive session. That is 4 days of private session in which, if there were concerns that people wanted to have discussed and done in privately, that would have been a perfect opportunity to do so.
I reclaim my time. First of all, I was not part of the executive session in which depositions were taken. Secondly, as the Vice Chairman of the Intelligence Committee, I think it's important that I have an opportunity to find out what other covert activities the NSC was involved in without our knowledge, and what other retroactive findings may have been signed with no communication of that to the intelligence committees. Now, I think the appropriate forum is not here, but in some private session with the Chairman and Vice Chairman of the House Intelligence Committees and the Chairman and Vice Chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, and I will move on to another question.
Well, we'll try to accommodate the Senator on that. You may proceed, sir, and we'll not take this discussion out of your time.
Thank you. Admiral Poindexter, you indicated that if the President had made a decision on a policy issue, that Secretary Schultz and Weinberger would accept it and faithfully go about carrying out that policy to the best of their ability. And the question arose in my mind as to whether you meant that if either gentleman was called to testify before the Intelligence or Foreign Relations Committee, you would expect them to withhold information in the same fashion that the information was withheld from Congressman Hamilton and others.
We never had a discussion that would allow me to answer your question. There was never any intent to put Secretary Schultz or Secretary Weinberger in a position where they would be vulnerable to being asked about that.
Well, I would hope that would not be the case if it occurs. I would not want to see Congress put in the position of having to put cabinet officers under oath and demanding that they answer questions under oath. That occurred one time during the Carter administration, and Senator Nunn may recall that we had to put the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the entire Joint Chiefs of Staff, under oath before the Armed Services Committee because we were not satisfied the straight stories being told, and we did it for their protection. I think it's a bad policy. I hope we don't have to do it again in the future. I was curious about your characterization of the diversion as a technical implementation of a policy that had already been decided by the President as a sort of a procedural bagatelle almost, or bookkeeping entry, and I was confused about it. The President, as I understand it, authorized the sale of weapons to Iran. That's policy number one. The President also was determined to keep the Contras alive, hold their heart and soul together, body and soul together, through assistance from third countries and individuals, and he knew about some of the third countries who were helping. And so I was curious as to why you consider the diversion of funds to be so politically embarrassing that you felt you should not tell him.
Senator, there are a large number of members of Congress that do not agree with the President's policy with regard to Contras in Nicaragua and Central America. I felt that if this became known, that something like what has happened would happen. I frankly didn't think it would be quite this severe, but I was convinced it would happen, and therefore it was going to be a politically explosive issue that the President's opponents would take advantage of to cause as much problem for him as possible.
But you didn't regard it simply as a procedural technicality, did you? Didn't you think this was fairly substantive?
No, I frankly didn't. In view of the amount of money that had come in from third countries and from other private sources, in the whole scheme of things, this frankly didn't seem all that much different to me.
But you didn't feel, in other words, you didn't feel it amounted to such a significant policy that you would want to inquire of the Attorney General whether or not a raising of prices in this mechanism and to divert the surplus to the Contras was legal or appropriate. That didn't occur to you?
It did not occur to me to talk to the Attorney General about it.
Or the White House counsel?
No.
Could you tell us, I'm curious about the circumstances under which Colonel North told you about the diversion. Apparently that occurred sometime during February. Could you tell us a bit more about where you were, what time of day, evening, what were the circumstances under which he brought this to your attention, what your reaction was, how long you thought about it, did you think about it overnight? You've discussed it in perhaps one sentence in something that's of this political significance, and we've had only about one small sentence about it. Could you just tell us the circumstances under which this occurred?
Yes, I will. My recollection, as I said, it was sometime in February of 1986. I was in my office. Probably it was in the afternoon. My mornings were pretty well taken up with a fixed schedule. My recollection, I was sitting at my desk. Colonel North came in, provided me an oral debrief of his most recent meetings with the Iranian officials, gave me a general update on the Iranian project, and at the end of the conversation, my recollection is that he said that he thought that he had figured out a way to transfer residual funds from the arms sales that Dick Secord was making to the Contras. My impression at the time, not necessarily because of anything that he said, but my impression, as I recall, was that this was Colonel North's idea. I thought about it for several minutes while he was standing there. My mood at the time was one of feeling that we were going to be able to convince the Congress to appropriate the $100 million that either the President had requested or was about to request, but the administration had decided on $100 million, and our general tactic in getting it, we were bound and determined this time not to compromise. We'd either get the $100 million or we wouldn't, but I frankly was personally convinced that we would be able to get the $100 million, but I knew it was going to take time. I didn't know it was going to take 8 months.
Did you have any further discussions with Colonel North from the time he told you? about the diversion? Did you discuss it any
No.
further?
To finish this meeting, after thinking about it and thinking about what authority I had, what the President would do if he were asked, the controversy that would exist if this became public, I considered all these factors, and at the end of the conversation I told Colonel North to go ahead because I thought it was a good idea. In my view, it was legal. It was very similar to the third country and private support for the Contras, and in my view was an added benefit of the Iranian project. Colonel North left the office, and we had periodic conversations about it, just as to how it was going after that, but there was never any question in his mind or mine after that point that we were going ahead with it.
I think you indicated that you did not want Colonel North to talk to Director Casey about the Contra activities so that Director Casey wouldn't have to report to Congress. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you're aware that Colonel North did, in fact, discuss this on many occasions with the Director? Right?
I heard his testimony.
Right. And you also told Colonel North not to tell anyone about the diversion plans, and you're aware that Director Casey was made aware of this almost in the very beginning. Is that correct?
Again, I heard Colonel North's testimony up here.
Now, you also told Colonel North it was unwise to keep cash in the safe. Did you determine whether or not he had ever returned the cash?
My recollection is some weeks after he told me that, or after I told him that I didn't think it was a good idea because of the perception problems that it created, my recollection is that he informed me that he had gotten rid of it.
And did that apply to traveler's checks as well?
There was no distinction in my conversations with him between cash and traveler's checks. I would have considered them the same.
Now, Colonel North sent you a prof's note in October '86 indicating that he had called the President of Costa Rica to explain that if he went ahead and called a press conference disclosing the existence of an airstrip, that there would be some retaliation taken against Costa Rica. And you responded at that time that you did the right thing, but let's try to keep it quiet. The question I have is, do you believe it's the right thing for an NSC staff member to call the head of state of a friendly country and seek to intimidate or threaten political and economic retaliation in the event that he went forward and called a press conference?
As I recall from my preparations for these hearings, that prof's note goes on and says several other things, that there had been conversations with Assistant Secretary Abrams and with Ambassador Tams.
Now, the question I have is it the right thing for someone on your staff to call the head of state of another country?
I think it depends on the circumstances, Senator. It depends on the country. It depends on who the leader is. It depends on what sort of acquaintance the staff officer has. It depends on a lot of things.
In any event, you now know the call was never placed. Well, I will represent to you that
I don't know that.
Colonel North indicated he did not place that call. Let me ask you, did there come a time in July of 1986 when you came to suspect that Colonel North was leaking information to the press and that he had lost his objectivity in formulating policy issues for you and the President?
Do you have a reference for that?
Well, I do. It's in the Tower Commission at B-125, and basically it is a prof's note to you from Colonel North, which indicates that he regrets very deeply that he had now become the suspect of leaks to CBS, Newsweek magazine, that even a luncheon with his sister the prior day had been considered to be, had been questioned as to whether he had in fact done this, but he went on to say that I'm sorry that you regret that I've become too passionately involved, that I can't give objective advice. Did you recall that memo?
I vaguely recall that memo, and let me put that in perspective. I have never felt that that Colonel North made any leaks to the press. Okay. The whole episode came about because of the fact that I wanted to lower Colonel North's profile on the Contra support activity and his operational roles in general. And I recognized by July we had finally gotten the Senate to approve the $100 million. The House had. There were some discrepancies or differences between the two bills at that point, so we didn't actually have the authorization or appropriation, but I knew that we would shortly. And as CIA phased back into the Contra operation, Colonel North, I wanted to phase out. It became public that he was going to be phased out, and I frankly was getting a lot of static from Colonel North's supporters here on the Hill as to why I was trying to take him out of the program, and I think Ollie misunderstood what I was trying to do.
He remained on. He remained on the program.
He did.
Right. Admiral Poindexter, I want to make a couple of observations. I think when you first appeared before the committee, your attorney wanted to shut the television cameras off. I'm glad we rejected his request, as we did with Colonel North, because I think it's important that millions of Americans have had a chance to view you and assess who you are, and found you to be a dedicated and patriotic individual who believed he was acting under the best interests of his country. And I must tell you, I think your calm demeanor and delivery have struck a number of people as sort of summer lightning, a distant, sort of innocuous illumination. But some of your words have had a profound impact upon me, and I want to just discuss it briefly, because I think the use of language is as important in politics as it is in literature, because it helps define what our values are. And I must tell you, I find it troubling when you say that I withheld information from Congress, but I did not mislead it, or that the administration's support for the Contras was secret activity but not covert action, or that the United States acquiesced in the initial shipment of tow weapons but did not authorize it, or that the transfers of funds for the sale of weapons was a technical implementation, not a substantive decision, and that we did not trade arms for the hostages, even though Mr. Hakim and General Secord arrived at a formula of 1.5 hostages for 500 tows. And I think that Congressman Corder noted this in his opening statement the first day when he pointed out that last year we swapped an American journalist, Mr. Danilov, for a Soviet spy, Mr. Zakharov, but we publicly denied that there was a trade. And I would respectfully suggest that if the administration would like to regain the strong support of the American people, and I hope that it will, that it has to stop insulting their intelligence and tell them the direct, unvarnished truth. And I would point out, for example, that Colonel North, when asked about his statements, he said, I lied to protect lives. And people may not like the fact that he lied, but I think they now understand perhaps a bit better what motivated him to do so. Secondly, I think it's clear, at least to me it is, that there was an environment in the White House that nurtured suspicion and distrust of virtually everyone in and outside the administration. And that circle of secrecy was drawn so tightly that at one point you felt only you and Colonel North had knowledge about the diversion of the funds. And I want to say publicly that I believe that Congress has had a role in the creation of this distrust. I think as Congressman Cheney and Congressman Hyde have noted on several occasions, we live in a glass house on Capitol Hill, and we must take care before we pick up stones. And I want to say also that our record in keeping the nation's secret is not as good as we would like to have it, but it's far better than you and others have portrayed it, and I might add, far better than the administration's own record in keeping those secrets. Some of us have watched with considerable dismay and frustration administration officials who either have deliberately or inadvertently leaked classified information to the public, and our response has not been, that's it, no more covert operations, because I think we all recognize they are necessary to promote our interests and protect our security. But by the same token, when members of Congress either deliberately or inadvertently disclose secrets, the administration can't say, that's it, no more notice, timely or otherwise. Let's get a private band of black bag specialists and who'll be unaccountable to anyone except the President if we decide to tell the President. I think the answer is for Congress to expose those members who leak information, remove them from their positions of trust, and fully apply the rule of law to them. And the answer for the administration is to faithfully comply with the law and not disingenuously defy it. Briefing 4 people or 8 people on Capitol Hill is not the equivalent of telling all of our details of our secrets to the American people. And a final point, if I can, Mr. Chairman. I think a great deal has been said about the strategic location of Iran. We don't have the maps on the walls today, but Congressman Hyde, I think very effectively and properly pointed out the strategic location of Iran, and no one in this, on this committee or this Congress of the country would deny its importance. But I'd like to suggest that the most important piece of strategic geography in the free world runs from 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue to Capitol Hill. And I know that a lot of visitors have been surprised to see all of the barricades that have been erected down at the White House and up on the Hill. And I think that these stone barricades are not only safeguards for all of us, but they're also symbols of the dangerous times in which we live. But I think we have been for too long now, at least the last several years, perhaps longer, been engaged in constructing an imaginary Maginot Line across Constitutional Avenue, and it's come at infinite cost to our national interests. Because if we continue to lie to each other, or withhold information, or leak information, alter or shred documents, or put them in burn bags, if we continue to interrupt the flow of truth and trust between the 16 blocks that separate us, then I think the loss of Persian Gulf oil is going to become irrelevant, because we'll enter into a permanent state of guerrilla warfare, and the damage that we'll inflict upon ourselves will be as suicidal, I think, and as destructive as that's taking place in the Middle East. And somewhere between lives and lies, between compliance and defiance, there's a place for the truth, for national security, and for the bipartisan formulation of a foreign policy. And I might say, Mr. Chairman, if we care to keep this republic, I don't think we have very much time to find it. Thank you very much.
Mr. Fasell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Admiral, I wonder if I can get Mr. Hyde to slide to the right. Shouldn't be too difficult, Henry.
Which way is right? It is hard to see.
Well, you could slump.
Yeah, slump. Go to sleep.
I'll do my best to wake you up, Henry. Admiral, it's nice to see you again.
Thank you.
I'd like for you and your counsel to refer to Exhibit 112 for a minute, please. That's a memorandum from Walt Raymond to you. And the memorandum recommends that you send an attached draft memorandum which was prepared by Walt Raymond to Bill Casey. And it ran through the NSC, as you can see by the initials of approval, Intelligence Section, North's Desk, and some others.
Now, this is an exhibit we just got this morning, so we're just going to have to take a few minutes to look through this,
Sure,
Mr. Chairman.
go ahead. The subject matter of that memorandum is Central American diplomacy.
Public diplomacy,
Public diplomacy, right.
which I'd like to explain in a moment.
Yeah. Just concentrate on the second paragraph of the first page, because
You're speaking now, when you say the second page, that marked 585840?
that's the draft memorandum, yes. You see that language that says the departure of Otto Reich has not resulted in any reduction of effort. His Public Diplomacy Coordination Office, LPD, has continued. Although the independent office was folded into Elliott Abrams' bureau, the White House has sent a clear tasker to the community that this limited reorganization in no way reflected a diminution of activities. On the contrary, the same interagency responsibilities are being exercised, and the group reports directly to the NSC. Do you have any questions?
Yes, I have it.
Is that a correct statement?
I think that it's reasonably accurate. I think it's important to explain what we were trying to do here with public diplomacy.
Well, you're trying to educate the American people and lobby Congress, right?
We're trying to educate the American people. And in effect, the result of that, we thought, was to make sure that members of Congress heard from their constituents on what they felt about Central America. The problem is that for a very long time, we have been involved with a war of words with the Soviet Union and their proxies. It was my feeling, and fully supported by Mr. Raymond, who was the director of the Public Diplomacy Office in the NSC, which, by the way, was established under this administration in order to provide leadership and guidance and management of a more extensive public diplomacy effort across the board to explain to the American people the situation in this struggle we have with the Soviet Union over the minds of the people of the world. And
well, I think that's been made plenty clear. The point I was getting at is that Colonel North was tasked with this effort, was he not?
Walt Raymond was tasked with the effort of supervising public diplomacy across the board, and of course on Latin America, which would have been part of that, he would have gotten a lot of assistance from Colonel North, who was the expert in the area.
Admiral, would you take a look at Exhibit 111? That's your calendar. January the 9th, 1986, and you look down there at 5 p.m. Roy Godson says there may be an attack on you in the press soon. 3344 till 6 p.m. Something's been redacted. Home also wants to talk about how to handle accounts.
I know Mr. Godson. I don't know what that note is referring to. It would have been January the 9th, 1986, was shortly after I took over, and there were some critical reports in the press at the time about my appointment, but I don't remember any details about it.
And you don't know what the reference to accounts is?
I think that I don't know for sure, but my judgment at this time would be that Mr. Godson was working on several projects, and we often refer to projects as accounts, and I suppose he wanted to talk about that.
Well, did you know that Colonel North had asked Godson to see what he could do about raising some money?
I don't. The word accounts there could also apply to press accounts. I simply don't recall the conversation. What this is, it is a list of phone calls that I have received that was kept by my secretary And I frankly don't recall talking to Mr. Godson about it, so I'm not sure what he had in mind or what my secretary meant.
Admiral, you testified that you first learned about excess funds in a discussion with Colonel North. You made a decision on the use of the funds as legal based on North's debriefing of you. I believe you said persuasive conversation. Did you ever consider or discuss with anyone that the funds generated by the sale of U.S. arms, no matter how laundered, would always be considered as public money?
No, that did not enter into the equation at the time, and in fact I'm not convinced today, and I think there are many legal experts that have questioned as to whether your interpretation of that is correct.
Well, the point is it was never considered or discussed by you with anyone.
No, that's correct.
Was there any discussion with respect to how to use excess funds prior to the time that North told you that there would be excess funds, or that they would be used to support the Contras?
The conversation that I have just recalled for Senator Cohen a little bit ago was the first recollection I have of any thought of using residuals out of the Iranian project to support the Contras.
Right. Now, you testified in answer to Mr. Foley that you'd never really received an accounting or a report on the amount of money that was raised, and also that you never really got an accounting or a report on aid that actually went to the Contras, and that you left all of that to North, as I understand your testimony. And so you had no way of measuring or determining the attainment of your objectives, because that was all in North's hands. Am I correct?
That is correct. The thing that I was interested in, that they were getting supplies and they were surviving as an effective fighting force in country and in the surrounding countries.
Oh. So there was no review or accountability either with regard to funds or with regard to attainment of objective, except in the brain of Colonel North, unless you knew that he was telling Bill Casey.
Mr. Fussell, as I said, I was unaware that Director Casey was in on this, but I think, you know, this business about accountability, it bothers me.
I didn't mean it in a sense of
because
of counting for every dollar, but
no, but even in general terms, I take exception to the claim that there's no accountability. Colonel North is a very competent, trustworthy.
Well, I'm sure of that.
Officer.
I wasn't raising that question.
And General Secord is too. And I think.
Well, we're still trying to figure out his books. At least I am.
Well, my feeling is they are both trustworthy people who exercise good judgment, and I frankly think that much of the accounting that goes on to provide accountability starts with the premise that people aren't trusted. And in this case, I trusted both of these officers implicitly.
Well, I'd have to disagree with that with regard to government accountability or any kind of accountability, but that's neither here nor there. Now, according to Colonel North, he and Director Casey discussed the question of who was to be the fall guy, and Casey said, according to North, that he was not big enough, not a big enough fish, or words to that effect, and that, as I recall his testimony, he didn't bother to tell you about that discussion. Did you ever ask Colonel North to be the fall guy, or take the spear, or stand on his head and salute?
Colonel North would do anything I asked him, but I did not ask him to be the fall guy or the scapegoat. As I have testified, he brought that up with me several times, and each time he brought it up, I told him that it wasn't necessary, it wouldn't work, wouldn't be appropriate, and to quit thinking in those terms.
Well, do you know if anyone else ever asked Colonel North to be the fall guy?
I don't know that.
Well, I wonder why it ever came up in discussions. Did you ever discuss with anyone the question of whether you were to provide plausible deniability or whether or not you were to take the spear?
I did not.
Well,
That
Colonel,
was a personal decision on my part when I made the decision in February of 1986.
I believe that, Admiral. I don't like it, but I believe it. Colonel North testified he would follow you up a hill because he had such a high regard for you, but obviously he wasn't about to follow you down the hill. He testified, and you corroborated, that he was operating totally under your orders. So both of you knew all the time that he would never have to take the spear and that you would. Is that correct?
That both of us understood that?
Yeah.
Certainly. As I have testified, he would have no reason to believe from anything I said that I was asking him to be the scapegoat. I didn't tell him that my personal decision was not to tell the President, that I would take responsibility for it because I thought I had the authority to do it. And I expected, after both of us left the White House in November of 1986, that Colonel North would tell the story exactly as it was, as I think he tried to do, and as I am trying to do. So I don't consider that he wouldn't follow me down the other side of the hill. I think he would, and I think he has.
Did the NSC have a contract with General Secord?
Not to my knowledge.
Do you know if the CIA had a contract with General Secord?
I don't believe they did, but I'm not absolutely certain of that.
Do you know how and when and under what condition the arms that went to Iran were removed from the U.S. Arms Depot?
I don't know the details of how the logistics actually operated. I do know that there was liaison between the logistics people at CIA, the logistics people in the Defense Department, that when the appropriate monies were available to pay the Defense Department's asking price for the weapons, that money was transferred. I wasn't aware of the details. I knew that it was being transferred, and that I knew that General Secord or his organization would take custody at a remote location that's controlled by the CIA, and that he would then take responsibility for moving the material on to its eventual destination.
Thank you, Admiral. I see my time's up. I have a lot of questions about damage control meetings I'd like to ask you about, but I'll have to let somebody else do that.
Senator.
Senator Tribble.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Admiral Poindexter, good morning.
Good morning.
Admiral, I want to talk first about the enterprise managed and directed by Mr. Hakim and Mr. Secord. You have testified that all the profits from that enterprise were to go to the Contras. Is that correct?
My understanding was that what residuals there might be out of the Iranian project would go to support of the Contras.
In fact, that was the clear reason for your authorizing that activity in the first place. You wanted to help the Contras, correct?
Yeah, I assume you're talking about authorization of the transfer of funds, not the authorization for the Iranian project.
Exactly.
Okay.
Correct?
That's correct.
Your purpose in authorizing the diversion of funds from the sale of arms to Iran to the Contras was to help the Contras. It wasn't to generate profits.
That is correct.
And it's a fact, is it not?
And I don't know, what profits, if any, were generated.
We're going to move on to that, Admiral. It is a fact, is it not, that during these activities, at no time did you assume that monies were being made, that there was personal profit?
As I have testified earlier, I think I was conscious of the fact that there would probably have to be some compensation here. There would be costs involved, salaries that would have to be paid, and so forth. But I did not think about it in terms of large profits.
It's a fact, is it not, Admiral, that Colonel North was always telling you that Secord was losing money?
Colonel North and others.
That's a fact, is it not?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, isn't it a fact as well that Colonel North asked you to intervene with the CIA to help Secord and companies sell their material to the CIA?
There were some profs notes that covered that subject, and I think you have them as exhibits.
Is the answer yes or no, Admiral?
He did want me to talk to Director Casey. There were several aspects of this. Number one, he thought that it was not prudent or efficient for CIA to completely build a new logistics operation from scratch, that there would be precious time lost in getting the supplies flowing to the Contras out of the $100 million, and they could take over an existing operation and be online much more quickly. I also, in preparing for these hearings, I note that there were apparently requests made to General Secord to provide some food after the humanitarian aid ran out, and I believe the prof's note indicates that General Secord did not have a source for that. My recollection is that when I eventually spoke to the CIA, I don't believe I spoke to Director Casey. I think it was Mr. Gates, and I simply indicated to him that there was an effective private logistics operation and that they ought to look into the possibilities of taking that over, and didn't get into the details with Mr. Gates whether it would be purchased or given or what sort of arrangements might be worked out.
So in response to my question, a request was made by Colonel North that you talk to the CIA, and you did talk to the CIA.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, what was your response when you first learned that Hakim and Secord had amassed some $8 million in the bank in their own name when the venture ended?
Well, that obviously I became aware of that in preparation for these hearings, and I don't care to give my personal reaction.
Okay, now, Colonel North was shocked. You don't have a
I don't know. I
response to share
frankly
with us?
don't know enough of the facts, Senator Cohen, or Tribble, excuse me.
All right, sir.
I would want to talk to. Well, he's just right over your shoulder.
That's right.
I would want to talk to Dick Secord and Hakim. They were testifying here under difficult circumstances, and I'm not prepared to draw any conclusions.
All right, sir. Now let me tell you.
I understand there are some uncertainties and there are possible discrepancies, but I'm not going to pass judgment on it.
All right, now let me tell you something about which there is no uncertainty. Mr. Hakim's records, the records, official records of the enterprise, established that Mr. Hakim and Mr. Secord transferred over $250,000 of those residuals for their own benefit, investing those monies in an arms company in a timber operation in the Northwest. Did you approve those kinds of actions? Were those actions contemplated by you when you approved the diversion?
Those actions or alleged actions never came to my attention, so I was completely unaware of them.
And would you have authorized that kind of activity?
I think, you know, it depends on what is appropriate compensation. General Secord, the rest of his business, I was told by a third party, in fact, a foreign representative that had done business with him, that because he was spending so much time in helping us, that he was not attending to his business. So I think it was fair to say that his business was losing money. If it had come to me, I would have had to evaluate all of the circumstances and all of the facts at the time. The point is, it didn't come to me, and so I didn't get into it.
But you could not have contemplated that kind of activity when you authorized this operation.
As I said,
you wanted the profits to go to the Contras.
Yeah,
those are your own words.
I wanted the residuals after expenses to go to the Contras, and I simply didn't address at the time the possibility of large profits.
Admiral, the records of the enterprise, again, Mr. Hakim's records and his sworn testimony before us, establishes that in the last arms sale to the Contras, we had a $2.1 million arms sale and a profit accruing to the enterprise of $861,000. And that was divided equally between Hakim, Secord, and Klein's. Now, is that the kind of compensation, reasonable compensation?
And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to object. We have never been given access or an opportunity to examine the records, all of the accounting records, in preparation for our testimony here today. Now, let me say further that there's been all kinds of amounts thrown out. This case started off with the Attorney General saying there was something like $12 to $30 million diverted to the Contras. I can't remember the exact figure, but that's what goes in my mind. Now we're down to $3 million. Now Senator Tribble is talking about $250,000. The fact is we have not had access to all of the bookkeeping records, and we're not here to testify to great length about what every little transaction meant. The Admiral has answered the question. That is, he was not familiar with all of the ins and out financial transactions. If he were asked questions at the time, he would have perhaps addressed them, but he was not.
Counsel,
so my objection is to this line of questioning.
I understand, counsel. The witness can simply state what he recalls and what he does not recall and what he knows about the transaction, and that's all he can do. So we'll just have the witness answer the question.
Admiral Poindexter, let me ask you again. When you approved this activity, did you authorize that kind of markup, a markup of excess of 40%, the arms sold to the Contras?
As I have testified and answered an earlier question of yours, Senator Tribble, the question of compensation or profits for the private organization that was carrying this out simply didn't come up.
And it would seem apparent to me that anyone who cared about the Contras, as you and I do, would be offended by that kind of activity. Let me ask you this question. What about...
If I knew all the facts, I might be able to draw some conclusions about this, but I don't know all the facts, and I'm not going to speculate.
What about financial oversight in accounting? What oversight in accounting did you put in place to ensure that these large sums of money would be properly allocated?
The trust and confidence in Colonel North and General Secord.
Now, when the CIA or CIA proprietaries undertake covert activities, isn't it true that there's very strict accounting and oversight?
I have no idea.
Well, the record, I think, establishes that it is, that there is very strict oversight and accounting, and that was absent here.
I understand that the intelligence committees and the appropriations committees of the Congress want to micromanage all covert operations and get details down to the level of sources. That information is not always provided, but it's my view that too much information is provided to the Congress about the details of covert activity.
Well, Admiral, I simply have pursued this line of questioning because I think it does underscore the risk of taking public policy private, of operating outside of established channels without checks and balances, without oversight or accounting. Good people in policy get in big trouble, and we've seen that. And here the evidence establishes conclusively, I would suggest, that millions of dollars were socked away in secret Swiss bank accounts, that hundreds of thousands of dollars were converted to the personal use of these private operators, and that the Contras were not well served, that they were sent shoddy equipment at grossly inflated prices. And I think that underscores the folly of doing business in this fashion. And obviously here, your intention, that of Colonel North, was to help the Contras. It wasn't to generate profit for individuals. But we'll let the record speak for itself on that point. Let me move on, if I may, to another aspect of all this.
May I just comment on your last statement, though?
Sure.
I don't agree that this was a privatization of foreign policy. The foreign policy was clearly established by the President. There was no secret about that. He campaigned on these issues. He campaigned on support for the Contras. He campaigned on working to get the hostages back. He campaigned on the importance of the Persian Gulf to the American people and the national security of the free world. Again, we're talking here about details of implementing that policy. And I still contend that the American people don't want to know those details.
So then the Hakim and Secord were operating on behalf of the government. They were agents of the government in their activities?
They were operating in cooperation with the government as private individuals. Very patriotic, I might add.
In your judgment,
and I'm
then,
not going to pass, you know, you've made a lot of allegations as to what sort of profits they've made or not made, and I think, you know, that the facts will have to speak for themselves, but I hope at some point a better explanation as to their long-term thinking about the use of these funds can be made. The point is that when they started, they didn't know, we didn't know that this was going to be exposed in November of 1986. We were trying to open an effective second channel into the Iranian government. They would have had no idea how long this was going to go on. It needed to be a self-sustaining operation. So, you know, all the questions that went into the money that they set aside, I think, are still uncertain in my mind as to what their intentions were.
Admiral Poindexter, clearly you didn't know about the financial aspects of this operation.
I did not.
And neither did Colonel North, and that was the problem here. And let me simply say, as I conclude this particular part of the questioning, that everything I've shared with you this morning comes from the record of these proceedings, and the facts and figures that I've shared with you are those of Albert Hakim and the Enterprise, their own records, presented to us through the sworn testimony of one of the principals, one of your principals, Mr. Hakim. Now, let me move on, if I may. One of the most troubling aspects, I think, of the testimony thus far has been the kind of unapologetic embrace of untruth. We've seen the withholding of information, evasion, false and misleading statements made to virtually everyone, to the President, to key members of the administration, to the Congress, to the American people. Now, in a free society, that doesn't work, and some would suggest that it's not right. Now, in the context of these statements, we've been told that untruth was permissible or appropriate in order to protect or promote some higher good. The fight against communism, which we all would agree is of the highest priority. Or in the words of Oliver North, it was lies versus lives. Now, in your testimony, you talked about a meeting that Colonel North had with Chairman Hamilton's committee to discuss the allegations in the press that the NSC was involved in the Contra resupply. And you were asked by one of my colleagues, how could North respond truthfully? And you answered, and these are my notes taken from your speech. I cannot refer you to a page in the transcript yesterday or on Friday. But you responded, I did think North would withhold information and be evasive, end of quote. And on a second occasion, you responded, I thought North would, quote, be evasive, uncooperative, but not lie, end of quote. Now, Mr. Chairman, I see the red light. Could I have
Gentleman may proceed.
couple more minutes
Yes,
just to
gentleman
pursue
may
this?
proceed.
Thank you.
I would like to, this is a very, this is an area that it would be very helpful if we had the exact reference in the transcript, because although the good senator has his notes, there's no substitute for the words themselves. And when we talk about people being evasive or withholding information and not lying and so on, this is a concern that everybody has had here. And I think it would be very helpful if we had the exact reference in the transcript. I realize this is not a courtroom and so on, but if it was a courtroom, we would be held to the test of what was the question and what was the answer.
Admiral Poindexter, I want to be very fair, and I took these words down, and they are your words, and I would simply repeat them and ask you, if you can't remember saying it, that you said, quote, I did think North would withhold information and be evasive, end of quote. Don't you remember saying that?
I can't recall the exact quote, but that's consistent with my view.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Now let me read to you, if I may, from the Handbook of Midshipmen at the Naval Academy. This is the section that deals with the Honor Code. And it says in Section 1303, Standards of Conduct, Section 4, midshipmen must bear in mind the dishonest nature of making oral or written statements or reports which may be regarded as evasive or misleading. Any person in the naval service who utilizes such evasive means to obtain any desired end will not and cannot command the respect of his seniors, peers, or subordinates. Now my question is this. At the Academy, the young men and women that we train to be our future officers are told that truth is absolute. If the conduct, evasion, that you've talked about, that's mentioned in these regulations, is wrong for midshipmen, isn't it also wrong for officers?
Yeah, Senator, I think that's a very unfair thing to say, and I object to it. I have always lived by the honor concept. I still live that way today. One of the things you also learn at the Naval Academy is the ability to exercise independent judgment that are in the best interest of the United States. My whole time as National Security Advisor, I worked very hard to do the best that I could to protect the national security of the United States. I don't have any regrets for anything that I did. I think the actions that I took were in the long-term interests of the country, and I'm not going to change my mind, and I'm not going to be apologetic about it.
Well, let me ask you this question, if I may, and I'll bring this line of questioning to a close very promptly. What, in your opinion, is the responsibility of people in public office to tell the truth? National security advisors, or congressmen, or senators, we're taught as young people that truth should be absolute. We live in a tough world, obviously. But that's a very fair question, and it's absolutely central to our purpose here, because if we're going to do business in this democracy, we have to be able to depend on the truth of what we're told. Now, we have been told that the truth should bow to other higher interests. I can understand that argument, but I would like to have your opinion of what is the role of truth for a public official. When should national security advisors and their top assistants be assumed to tell the truth, and when is it their right or prerogative not to do so? Now, I think that's a fair question, and I think it's central to what we're about.
Ideally, Senator, good faith, and I think that's basically what you're talking about, is a two-way street. The problem is that in this struggle that we have ongoing now between our way of life, a democracy, and the totalitarianism represented by the Soviet Union, we're often faced with many, many issues that have lots of shades of gray. The world is not black or white. The world is a very complex, dangerous place. Sometimes you have to make very tough decisions. In the cases that I've been involved with, I have done my best, used my best judgment to help make those decisions and in some case make those decisions. The example that I would like to cite about good faith being a two-way street is the thing that I've referred to several times. About the last $100 million that the Congress appropriated. It took 8 months for this Congress to appropriate those funds while men in Central America that were fighting for their freedom were dying. Now, I don't think that's good faith. Now, the ex-Speaker of the House, in my view, and this is my personal assessment, held up bringing that issue to a vote in the House for 4 months, for 4 of those 8 months. Even after both houses had voted, a majority of them, for the $100 million, he held up bringing the issue to a conference and putting it into an instrument that the President could sign for an additional 2 months. So one man who is not elected by all the people was responsible, in my view, for holding up that funding for a period of 6 months. Now, that's just one example of what I consider to be the lack of good faith on the part of some members of the Congress. Now, that is not an ideal situation. I acknowledge that. But sometimes you've got to cope with things the way they are. That's what we were trying to do.
Admiral, and I will close on this note, Mr. Chairman. There's plenty of fault, and we're all responsible, I guess, in some part for what has gone on here. As you know, I've been an advocate of helping the Contras. I did not stand in the way of that appropriation. Indeed, along with many of my colleagues, I was doing everything I could to see that that aid was forthcoming. It's easy to assess blame, and that's not my purpose. But I do believe we have to sort out the role of public official, administration, Congress, the responsibility to tell the truth, because we've got to create an environment where people can not only understand each other, but believe each other. Truth is important. It's important in our public and private lives. After all, it's the first lesson we try to teach our young children, and then they have to struggle with that as they live their lives. But it's also important because untruth, mistrust produces confrontation and gridlock. And that's not what this country needs. What this country needs, desperately needs, is consultation and cooperation between the executive branch and the legislative branch, because that is the only way that policy can be sustained and can succeed. So I thank you for your testimony today, and I thank you for your long years of service. And I acknowledge the contribution that you've made through many, many years of hard work and talented service. I thank you.
Do you wish to be recognized?
1 minute.
Senator Hatch.
I am just a little bit concerned about some of the questions that were asked, Admiral Poindexter. I am not convinced that there is enough evidence that money has gone to a land deal or would have gone to a land deal in Washington, or that there were monies for an arms company, and that there was a markup of 40%. I don't think these are facts. I think they may be in time. In fact, I've been led to believe that General Secord can refute that there were not 40% in profits. With regard to the $8 million, he made it clear that they kept it there, it seemed to me, that they kept it there for the purpose of resolving all difficulties, bills, and so forth, and then intended to give it to the Contras. He also, I think there's some evidence that he lost his business during this time as he was running all over the world trying to do things for our country, at least from his perspective. So what I'm concerned about here is that the witness here does not know these answers, Nobody's going to know the answers to those questions unless we bring in General Secord again. And I believe General Secord ought to be given an opportunity to explain this, because he's been portrayed, I think, by a number of us on this panel as a profiteer who just seemed to be running all around the world to make millions of dollars worth of profits, who does not appear to have had a lot from it other than the matters mentioned here that amount to less than $100,000. I presume his business was worth more than that. And I'm just concerned because I want to be fair to General Secord, who I felt came off pretty well when he testified, but clouds have arisen, difficulties have arisen, and they need to be explained away, and I presume the only person who's going to be able to do that would be General Secord. So until he comes, I think we ought to at least reconsider whether or not these are, quote, facts, unquote.
I agree with you, Senator Hatch. That's why I don't want to speculate on this, because I don't think I have all the facts.
Well,
the problem is that accounting records don't reveal people's intentions. You know, they may point in that direction, but it's the same thing with the difference between technical intelligence collection and human intelligence collection. Well, you know, it's very difficult to determine people's intentions.
Keep in mind, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Hakim made it very clear that he intended to make profits, and frankly, business people do make profits. And when he was asked to characterize General Secord, he said that he was born a general, he'll die a general. He wasn't a very good businessman. And I don't see anything wrong if there were profits to be made, and most businesses operate on a margin of 40% or at least retail businesses in that area. Now, I'm not saying that was right here. What I'm saying is, let's get the facts, and let's get them from the sources that can testify of them, not from sources who can't testify about them. I just want to make those points in fairness to the record.
Committees will conclude this morning with Mr. Broomfield. Mr. Broomfield is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Admiral Poindexter.
Good morning, sir.
Let me begin by expressing my deep appreciation, and I want to emphasize deep appreciation, for your dedication and commitment to promoting the national security interest of the United States. Your long and patriotic service to our country is not in question here, at least by most of us. While some may disagree with the decisions you have made, I don't think any of us can doubt your sincerity, your patriotic interest that led you to those decisions. Clearly, the best interests of the United States were at the heart of what you sought to achieve, I believe. We've been at this investigation now for nearly 9 months, and we've amazed literally volumes of details about the arms sales to Iran and the transfer of the profits to the Contras. As I understood it, those were to be the major questions we were going to explore when these hearings began. And last week, you answered what I believe to be the key question in the minds of the administration's severest critics, the question about the so-called smoking gun. Your testimony has begun now, I believe, to lift the cloud, which made it difficult for President Reagan to carry out with full effectiveness the function of his office in the past 8 months, especially in the area of vital foreign policy. I sense a great disappointment on the part of some that no smoking gun was uncovered, and a determination not to let go of this until someone is indicted and even sent to jail. 8 months ago, you appeared before the House Foreign Affairs Committee, and I remember it very well. Had you told us then what you've told us in the past few days, I think the country could have been spared a great national trauma. Congress also could have taken steps, I want to add, to hasten your testimony months ago. However, the majority, they chose not to do so. However, I recognized you had a perfect constitutional right not to tell us what you knew at that time, since there was no grant of immunity. Given the facts of the American people has been very difficult, and this investigation, I believe, has gone on far too long. I, for one, hope we can complete our work very soon, and I'm very pleased about some of the speculation, and get this matter behind us. I saw in the paper this morning that this whole investigation could exceed $10 million. That's almost 3 times as much money that was diverted to the Contras. It seems to me that we're rapidly reaching the point of diminishing returns. Admiral, I've got several questions I'd like to ask you. What mechanism exists under the National Security Council structure for evaluating, planning, and overseeing U.S. covert actions?
The NSDD that has been referred to before in the hearings, and I believe it's 159, but and I believe it has a date in early 1985. But one of the problems that we saw, at least the perception that we thought existed with the Congress, was that the intelligence community was out as they in fact often described in the press as rogue elephants, carrying on their covert activity as an independent arm of U.S. foreign policy. That was never true. But in order to get the correct perception across to the Congress, Mr. McFarland and I and others on the NSC staff worked on producing an NSDD that, amongst other things, set up what we call a planning and coordinating group, which, as the Deputy National Security Advisor, I chaired. The point of this group was to pull together the deputy or undersecretary level in the State Department, the Defense Department, the CIA, and the Joint Chiefs of Staff to make sure when we were considering covert activity that we considered it as just one of the tools that the President had to implement his foreign policy, to make sure that the actions were consistent with the policy. If there was a requirement to take new policy issues to the President, that would come out as well. The group often met when I was deputy, and I believe it continued after I moved up and my deputies continued in my stead. And I must say that we recommended against numerous covert activities. There were long and thorough discussions, much along the same lines that I understand that the present National Security Advisor has published. Those are not particularly new. They're the same kind of criteria that we used to judge the appropriateness of covert activity when I was there. And the members of the planning and coordinating group reported back to their principals, and their principals then made decisions on what their recommendations to the President would be about some particular covert activity. It's very closely tied to policy.
Admiral Poindexter, you presented the President with the first finding in November of 1985, the same finding which you destroyed on November 21st, 1986. Bud McFarland was still the National Security Advisor at that time. Why did you take the finding to the President and not Bud McFarland? Do you recall?
When the finding came to me, and I assume, I don't know this, but I assume it was shortly after the 26th, and the reason it was sent to me rather than Mr. McFarland is that he was out of the country. He remained behind in Europe to debrief leaders there on the results of the Geneva summit, and by the time he got back, the President was on the West Coast, and Mr. McFarland proceeded out there. So I was the national security entity in town, and I suppose that's why Mr. Casey sent it to me. The President returned sometime after Thanksgiving. I don't know exactly when it was, but but Mr. McFarland had talked to the President in California or on the way back about his wanting to resign, and the President had accepted his resignation with regret. And there was a period of several days in there while the President was making a decision on who should replace Mr. McFarland. And so during that very confusing time of high emotion on everybody's part, we simply didn't get around to it. And the day after the President announced me as Mr. McFarland's successor, there was an opportunity to focus on the outstanding work that we had, and this finding was one of those. That's the only reason. Mr. McFarland decided after the President announced his resignation that I should go ahead and handle the business with the President, and while he remained in his office closing out his paperwork and so forth.
Admiral Poindexter, turning to the hostage question, you worked very closely with President Reagan on our hostage rescue efforts. Several hostage family members made personal attacks in the media on the President for not doing enough. What effects did these statements have on the President and our policy?
Well, I don't think they had a great effect on the policy. I think it would be fair to say, at least my assessment was, that the President was disturbed and hurt that he was being charged with not doing enough. In addition to the Iranian project, which in my view only involved the hostages from a peripheral standpoint, we had been engaged in numerous efforts over the years to free the hostages. We'd even considered the possibility of rescue if we could have identified where they were. So I think it heightened the President's concern, but he's a very humane individual, and whether or not he had received these charges in the media and by the families, I think he still would have been very much concerned and interested in doing everything possible the U.S. government could do to get the hostages back. But I don't think that the criticism levied by some of the hostage families had any impact on policy.
Admiral, I'm very disturbed by testimony which I've heard clearly shows that the United States was forced to rely on foreign intelligence agencies for intelligence in the Iran and Lebanon. Do we need to improve our intelligence capabilities in this area of the world?
I think we do. I think Bill Casey recognized that. I think he took steps to make improvements, but I think we've got a long way to go, Mr. Broomfield. We basically, in some parts of the world, and that part is one, we're flying blind in a very dangerous world with a lot of peaks and valleys. And we've got to improve our human intelligence collection. And as somebody commented the other day, you can't just necessarily take an Ivy League school graduate and make him a good human intelligence officer. You've got to have people that will get down into the nitty-gritty with people that aren't very savory.
Admiral, it seems that the committee will not hear from one of the key players in the Iran initiative, and that's Mr. Ladine. Therefore, I'd like to ask you a question, since he actually, you were one of his superiors. Mr. Ladine was on the NSC staff, as I understand, as a consultant whose responsibilities included the preparation of the intelligence analysis and other intelligence material in support of the Iran's arms sales. Did you ever question the validity of the intelligence analysis that you received from Mr. Ladine?
Well, Mr. Broomfield, I don't recall personally receiving anything that would have been entirely his work product. Mr. McFarland thought very highly of Mr. Ledeen. He has a lot of very interesting contacts overseas, and he contributed his portion, but I certainly didn't rely just on his assessments or his opinion in the situation.
Admiral, looking to the future rather than the past, where do we go from here to ensure that any president's foreign policy decisions have an opportunity to be successful? In your opinion, how do we improve the trust as well as the confidence between Congress and the executive branch? And what mechanics of foreign policy decision-making need to be changed? Do we need to change the laws? Do we need new guidelines? Or do we just need a renewed commitment to cooperation and probably good faith?
Well, Mr. Broomfield, this obviously requires a lot of thought. If I had the answer, I would certainly have come forward with it much earlier. You know, frankly, as a senior government official, you are so tied up in day-to-day business that there's not a lot of time for reflective thought on how to make the system better. Maybe over the next few months and weeks, I will give it some more thought and be back in touch with you, because I take it a sincere request on your part for my views.
You bet.
I think as difficult and basically unfair that these hearings are, as we have stated, my attorney has stated, I think that one possible benefit amongst some others that can come out of the hearing is a recognition of the fact that there has been a loss of good faith between the Congress and the White House. And I think, you know, both parties probably share in the blame, and I'm willing to accept some of it. But this recognition itself, and also an open and vigorous discussion of the President's constitutional authority in the area of foreign policy, I think is very important. And I think that these hearings are allowing the American people to hear that discussion take place in an unbiased and undistorted way and not filtered by anybody else. And I would hope that that you'll hear from your constituents and get their views on what they think needs to be done.
Well, Admiral, I know it's been a very trying experience to appear before this committee for more than 30 hours, answering detailed questions about your activities. And frankly, I hope we are nearing the end of this exercise. Whether we realize it or not, I am convinced we could have arrived at this point much sooner if we were truly interested in policy rather than being preoccupied with prosecution of witnesses. Thank you very much.
Joint hearings stand.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question to that Mr. Broomfield's comment about, do we have a shot at concluding this witness's testimony today? Or is that
Counsel,
not even in the cards?
it's always difficult to make judgments. I think the answer to that is no. I think it's more likely to be Tuesday.
I just want to explore the possibility.
Yes. Mr. McCollum?
Last week in examining Colonel North, I referred to the deposition of Colonel Robert Earl taken Saturday, May the 2nd, 1987. My understanding is now that the pages of that deposition I used from 74 through 81 have been declassified, and I would like to ask unanimous consent that this portion of Colonel Earl's deposition be made an exhibit in the portion of the testimony of Colonel North.
Without objection, it is so ordered. The joint hearings will stand in recess until 2 o'clock this afternoon. The joint hearings will come to order. The chair recognizes the chairman of the Senate Select Committee.
Mr. Chairman, I'm pleased to recognize the gentleman from Oklahoma, Senator Boren.
Mr. Chairman, might I ask a unanimous consent request before you do?
Please do.
During the course of the morning, I made reference to two profs notes, one from Colonel North to Admiral Poindexter, and that was contained on the Tower Report B-125. I think this is a prior exhibit, but I think it would be helpful to have that prof's note and the Admiral's response, which is contained on B-126, included in the record, along with the two references to the Washington Times newspaper and the CBS Evening News of those dates.
Without objection, so ordered. Senator Boren.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Admiral Poindexter, there was a period of time that the CIA was prohibited from sharing intelligence with the Contras, and Colonel North has testified that during that period of time it was his practice to request certain intelligence from the CIA for the National Security Council and then pass on that intelligence to the Contras, usually without informing the CIA that he was doing this. In other words, he was keeping the CIA in a position of thinking they were furnishing it only to the National Security Council, with a few exceptions to that, a few individual exceptions. Did you know that this was going on?
Yes, I recall it first coming up probably in 1985 sometime. Frankly, many of us felt that the CIA probably could, under the Bolin Amendment, provide some intelligence, especially if it was intelligence that involved a direct threat to the Contra forces. But we didn't push the point, and I was aware that Colonel North was passing intelligence unbeknownst to many at the CIA to the Contras.
So this was with your approval and authorization?
Yes, that's right, although initially Colonel North's actions would have been under Mr. McFarland's time.
Right. In regard to what's been referred to as the retroactive finding, the one that was signed in November after the fact of the shipment, and also the finding which you later destroyed, did I understand in listening to your testimony earlier that that finding was signed by the President after you presented it to him without prior debate and consultation and discussion that you would normally have with people like the Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, and others in the National Security Group?
That's correct. Again, I think the note from Bill Casey to me indicated he would like to get it signed as soon as possible, and John McMahon called me once or twice about it. It's also important to recognize that the finding, the main feature of the finding was the retroactive nature, and those obviously at the time the events were much clearer in people's minds. The events had already taken place.
Yes.
There really wasn't a forward-looking aspect to the finding.
It was really a sort of damage control after the fact, and the agency being very concerned that there might be questions raised about legality of doing it in the absence of the
you've heard the way I've characterized it.
Yes. Let me ask, and I want to go into a series of questions here, and I think you know they're not, they don't arise out of any personal animosity on my part toward you at all, but as an interest of mine in terms of policy, and I think some important lessons for us to draw from them for the future. How did you feel when on March 17th the President said at his press conference that indicated that he would have strongly objected had the question of the diversion of funds been raised to him for his approval? In fact, I'll quote him directly at his press conference. He said, he was asked, could you possibly have forgotten if you were asked about the diversion of funds? And the President answered, oh no, you would have heard me without opening the door to the office if I'd ever been told that at any time. How did you react? How did you feel about it when you heard the Commander-in-Chief giving the implication that he would have so strongly disapproved that you would have heard him all the way through the closed door?
I don't react strongly to things like that. I accepted that as what the President felt.
Well, did it cause you, you've said several times, and in response to Senator Nunn's question, you said that you felt secure in assuming that if you'd ever asked the President, you wanted to protect the President against a controversial decision, but you felt secure that if you'd ever asked the President, he would have approved it. Now the President is saying to the American people in March that he's implying that he would have violently disapproved of it and not authorized it. He would have said you would have heard me through the closed door. And I wonder how you felt about that and whether or not you felt that the President was truthfully expressing his feelings to the American people, or do you think that the President was just carrying through with what you have called deniability?
I think the President has always been truthful to the American people. We discussed this morning. I don't really think it's appropriate to speculate now when the circumstances, or in March of this year, when the circumstances are a great deal different than they would have been in February 1986. I still stand with my judgment, and it'll have to remain a contradiction.
So you feel the President's statement contradicts what you felt was the President's statement in March, that he would have had violent reaction to it, contradicts what you think the President's feeling would have been at the time. Now, I understand, and I have to say I don't agree with the idea of protecting the President by not telling him of controversial decisions. Having been a governor, and from time to time having had people call me on the phone and say, Governor, is this something you really want done? Something I'd never thought about wanting to have done. And me saying, absolutely not. Where did you ever get that idea? And they would say, well, some subordinate of yours called and said you wanted it done. I had a very strong feeling that the person elected to office by the people, not some subordinate appointed, should be making it's the controversial decisions that under our political process and Constitution the elected people should make. But I don't question what you said about your intent of wanting to shield the President. I think it was a mistake under our, and fundamentally out of compliance with the spirit of our Constitution to do that. But I take it your word you were sincere. But by protecting the President in advance by not telling him, I wonder, when the story began to come out, starting with the Beirut newspaper and otherwise, now the President's in a position, while you're not having told him, to deny that he knew about it. Did you ever go to the President after this story all started to come out and say, Mr. President, you didn't know about it at the time, but this thing looks like it's really going to be controversial, and I think you should know, you should hear it from me, you should know exactly what went on, because you're going to be asked so many questions. Did you ever go to the President after the fact at any time?
With regard to the transfer of funds, residuals?
Yes,
no, I did not, because as I've testified earlier, up until the very last minute that month, I did not think that the transfer of residuals would come out. In fact, I specifically had directed Colonel North to leave that out of the chronologies. I was treating that as a separate issue.
So before you knew the President was going to make a speech to the American people on November 13th, and
I didn't see that.
You still felt the President didn't need to know.
That's correct.
And again, with his press conference on the 19th, you felt the President needed to know.
That's correct.
Well, again, I have to say that really troubles me. Again, going back to my own experience on a very small scale as an executive, I used to say to my staff, if you've made a mistake, you've done something to inject me into controversy, I want to be the first person that knows about the mistake, especially when trouble hits. I want to know all the facts.
Well, Senator, I obviously didn't think it was a mistake, and if I had discussed that in the White House before I left, I think it would have made it much more difficult for the President to distance himself from the decision. It would have raised a lot of questions as to when he knew it. This way, he didn't know.
I suppose the President could have said, though, I didn't know it at the time, and I found out about it later, and he could have said exactly when he found out about it.
I know, but I think it would have been, in my opinion, more difficult to believe that, and decided to do it the way I did it.
Well, I understand it. I guess I can Well, as I say, in all honesty, and I say this not unkindly because I certainly have made mistakes in my career as a public servant. Anyone who tries to do anything makes mistakes. I guess what troubles me the most is that in retrospect, you said this morning, and this really surprised me, having observed you as a public servant and knowing of what I think is your sincere love of this country. We're trying to learn from what has happened here so that we can avoid this kind of situation, so that we'll never have John Poindexters on the witness stand. We'll never have to have committees like this in the future. We can build the kind of partnership that we need for the future. And it really did surprise me when you said, I have no regrets, because it seems to me that, well-intentioned as you might have been at the time, that now it's very clear that this decision was about the diversion of the residuals, or use of the residuals, as you've called them, was a highly controversial decision. It's been the flashpoint of this whole inquiry. The whole question has boiled down in the minds of the public as to whether or not the President knew about that, because it seems to be the one area of which there's the greatest potential legal question, had the President himself ordered it. So it has become the linchpin of this controversy. Now, understanding that you might not have thought about that in advance, now we know it. Now we know it. Now we know it was a highly controversial matter, a very important decision that was made. And it troubles me that in retrospect, even now, that you would say, knowing our system of government, we're not here arguing about the powers of Congress versus the powers of the Commander-in-Chief, the President. We're talking about, should an elected person, the Commander-in-Chief, the President of the United States, make the most important decisions under our government, the most controversial decisions. Harry Truman used to say, the buck stops here. That's why I'm here, is to make the controversial decisions. I'm not supposed to sit here and sign the National Rosebud Month proclamations and then say, now keep all the controversial ones away from me. That's the job of the President. That's the role of the President under our system, and only the President should make controversial decisions of this nature, because he was elected by the people, as you've said. Now, I would ask you again, as we try to learn from this, does it not trouble you at all in retrospect? And I'm not asking you to be perfect. I'm not here to condemn you. I'm not here to try you. I'm here for us to learn for the future. But as we're thinking about our constitutional system and the heart and soul of it, wouldn't you say that in the future, controversial decisions should be brought to the President of the United States so that he, as the person elected by the American people, can make those decisions for himself?
It certainly would make it easier on the people involved to do that. I don't know. The future is obviously going to be very complex.
But Admiral Poindexter, it isn't a matter of making it easier for the people involved. It's a question that in this republic, with the democratic principles we have, the Constitution says the President is the Commander-in-Chief. It doesn't say the National Security Advisor. It doesn't say any bureaucrat appointed by the President. It says the President, and it's because he's elected by the people. So doesn't it trouble you, as we're talking not about whether it's inconvenient, we're talking about the preservation of constitutional government.
No, but Senator, the difference between the way you think about it and the way I think about it, you know, I frankly don't think it, in the whole scheme of things, it's that important a decision. It obviously is a controversial one. The thing that's made it important in your eyes, in my mind, is the overreaction of the media to it, and members of Congress have to react to the media.
Well,
and I think that's what happened.
Well, I guess we just have an honest disagreement, and I would say that apparently the President himself now feels he wishes he'd been told, and is implied that he would have prevented it from happening if he'd been told. Now, let me ask just a couple.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure where the support is for the President saying he
The
wishes to be
President
told.
said, Mr. Chairman, that if you would have heard me through a closed door if I'd been told that. Now, that's the President of the United States, elected by the people, the Commander-in-Chief that the people selected, and he has said so, Mr. Chairman.
If this committee's record is the record before this committee and it's interested in getting the facts, I say that nowhere in the factual record is there one scintilla of evidence that suggests in any way, shape, or form that this witness, Admiral Poindexter, was told by the President that he should have been told that, either then, now, or at any time these last few weeks. That's what I'm talking about.
Counsel, I understand that in a court of law, it's altogether possible, you would know better than I, that you cannot comment on evidence not before the court. But this is not a court of law. This is a congressional committee. And members of this committee have every right to refer to events that are reported in the media. And I think Senator Boren's position and question is well taken. Senator, you may proceed.
Mr. Chairman, let me say, I made that statement. I made it very clear, not out of any unkind feeling toward Admiral Poindexter. I've just said I didn't question his motivation. I made that point because I think it's an important principle of the Constitution that the President, as a person elected by the people rather than someone who's appointed, should make key decisions. And I'm not casting aspersion on Admiral Poindexter. I'm simply saying, expressing my deeply felt conviction about the Constitution and what we can learn about this process, and I think I have a right to do that. Let me ask you 3 or 4 factual questions, if I might. Your records indicated that on November 17th, you received a message from Attorney General Meese at 9:43 a.m. You returned that call at 6:30 p.m., November 17th, 1986. Can you recall what you discussed with Attorney General Meese during that conversation?
See, as I recall, the 17th, I believe, is on a Monday. I think that may have been about the fact that I was going to call Bill Casey and ask him to come back early. I can't recall that specific telephone call, but during the month I had several conversations with Ed about the issue. I remember one call. I asked him if he could have one of his assistants prepare a legal paper on the President's authority to postpone notification to the Congress. It could have been that issue.
What about on November the 21st? This was the day you met with the President at 11:30. Your records indicate that you had a call at 9:22 in the morning with Attorney General Meese, a telephone conversation prior to your meeting with the President. Do you recall the nature of that conversation?
9:22.
It's just sometime in the morning.
Yeah, that I believe that was the call that he initiated to let me know that he wanted to come over and see the President at 11:30 to talk to him about the conflict that existed in Mr. McFarland's recollection and George Shultz. And he indicated that he wanted me and Don Regan to go with him. He said he'd already talked to Don about getting the time, and I believe that was the extent of the conversation.
So then you did indeed go with the Attorney General to see the President at 11:30 that day.
Yes, I did.
Recall. And then after that, there's an indication that you and Attorney General Meese talked again, I guess this time in person, after that meeting with the President.
I believe he called me on the phone in the afternoon.
And during that conversation, did he indicate to you that he would be reviewing documents and reviewing the situation?
The purpose of the call was to tell me that he was going to send over a couple of his special assistants to look at the documentation that we had, and he asked me if I would have it pulled together in a central location, and I said, of course, that I would.
Did he give you any kind of a time frame as to when he would be coming to look at the documents and review the records?
No, I don't. He may have, but I don't recall it.
Well, after that, in the afternoon...
I assumed, excuse me, Senator, I assumed it was going to be rather promptly because we frankly were interested in getting back to the committees as soon as we could with what the facts were.
Did he, after that, your records indicate at 2:25 that you met with, and that later that afternoon, you met with Colonel North. This was after you'd had this discussion with the Attorney General. What did you talk with Colonel North about at that time?
As I recall, the issue that I was having the greatest trouble recalling, as I have testified, were the circumstances surrounding the the aborted transfer of the 18 Hawk missiles from the Israelis to the Iranians. And my recollection of that meeting in the afternoon with Colonel North was that he came in with one of his old spiral notebooks and reviewed with me some notes that he had made in November of 1985.
On that point. Let me ask, during that conversation with Colonel North, did you indicate to him that the Attorney General would be coming over, or some of his staff people, to review the records and look at the documents?
My recollection is that immediately after the phone call from Ed, I called Commander Thompson, told him I wanted him to supervise this and provide the liaison to Ed's people. And immediately after that, I called Colonel North and told him, I don't recall the Attorney General or his people coming up in the conversation with Colonel North later.
Mr. Chairman, I know we're on day 8 here, looking down the eyeball of day 9, but I don't see any red light on here, and I know that you're in charge of the time, but it's...
You're correct, Counsel. The chairman is in charge of the time, and the chairman will allocate time among the members as he sees fit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So there was not any indication at this meeting that afternoon with Colonel North that he should be concerned about the possibility these records might be checked, or that he should make any distribution or any activity in regard to removing documents or making sure sensitive documents were not present at that time.
As I've testified, Senator, at the end of the conversation, he did say something that led me to believe that he was going to destroy that notebook. And I don't believe I responded to it.
Mr. Chairman, I thank the Chair for allowing me to ask these questions, and Admiral Poindexter, I thank you for your response. Let me say just one concluding word, and that is, I hope when these hearings are over that we'll end on a positive note. I think it's time for us to change our mindset here, change the tone. In asking you some probing questions, I tried to stay consistent with that of what can we learn, where can we go from here. I believe very strongly that for the sake of this country, we have to stop being Republicans and Democrats or members of Congress or members of the executive branch and all be Americans, and we have to rebuild trust. The President can start a policy, he can announce a policy, he can embark upon it, but he can't continue through with it unless the Congress is going to support it, appropriate the money, and carry on through with it in the long run. And the only way that we can really present a united front to the rest of the world and have continuity of our policy and not be known as a country that changes its mind every 24 hours and reverses gears is to build that kind of partnership. And I have to say I was a little discouraged as I listened to you this morning when you're saying I'm just not sure that you can share information with Congress at all, or that you can have people exercise responsibility. Let me say that over the last 2 or 3 weeks I've been talking with people in the administration. They indicate to me they've had these discussions with the President as well. And we're trying to rebuild that trust. Judge Webster, as the director of the CIA, has, I'm convinced, in a very candid way, shared every possible sensitive operation with the Intelligence Committee. And not a single one of those operations in the last several months has leaked to the press. Just this, in the past 2 weeks, I would want you to know this, that there were a couple of members of the Senate who did start to ask questions about some sensitive matters. I went to them. I heard your discussion this morning. It happened. I went to them. I said, these are sensitive matters of national security. They deferred from probing into that area. We go back to the history of our country. We've had that kind of partnership before, where Democrats and Republicans, the Speaker of the House, the President of the United States, those leaders have worked together. Mr. Rayburn knew about the atomic bomb. He was even asked about it by a member of the press about it. And he said to the member of the press, if you love your country, you won't write any articles about it, and they weren't written. There's been that kind of responsible activity of everyone involved in the past. And I would want you to know that we're on the way to rebuilding that, and I'm convinced that we can. And I'm convinced we can do it because people at both ends of Pennsylvania Avenue love the country. And I would hope, and I realize you've been under the gun and that this is a hot seat in which to sit, but I would hope that you would reflect on it. You're a man of immense ability. I have great respect for your ability. And I would hope that you would change your mind about some of these things, and both in terms of sensitive decisions that should ultimately be left to the President, and also especially about the possibility we have for people of goodwill, both branches of government, to rebuild the kind of trust that we need, because I think it's so important to the future of our country. And I would hope that in the days and weeks as you collect your reflections under less pressure, share them with the American people, I really hope I'll hear some positive comments from John Poindexter, who I've known and respected for a long time, about the possibilities of rebuilding that trust and the importance of rebuilding that trust.
Senator, don't get me wrong. I didn't mean this morning to imply that I didn't think that that would be a much better situation where there was trust and confidence and return to the point where good leadership is exercised on both sides, down in the White House and up here, and that we can figure out a way to inform a limited number of people in a very secure way where it won't leak out, even if the people don't agree, but so that they stay informed. I think that's an ideal situation, and what you are describing as taking place gives me heart. I guess I'm a little pessimistic that that we can make that work. Not that I don't think we should make it work. I think we should, but I guess I've had a bad experience.
Well, we're going to work our hearts out to try to make it work. I understand. We're going to work our hearts out to try to make it work, and I'm convinced from what I'm getting from the White House, and I'm certainly convinced with the reaction of our committee on both sides of the aisle, we have every intention of doing everything we can to make it work.
Mr. Adino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Admiral.
Good afternoon, sir.
Admiral, this morning during your testimony, you made a statement which I would hope you hadn't made, and I wonder on reflection whether or not you'd want to continue to characterize these hearings as unfair.
Mr. Rodino, that is a legal question, I think, that my attorneys have raised, and I understand their arguments very well. I think that Chairman Hamilton has conducted the sessions that I have been here in a reasonable manner, not always the way I would like to hear him rule. But the point is that I think it is basically when a criminal investigation is being pursued and they're trying to find some law to fit the circumstances, that it's not fair to force a person that's a target of an investigation like that to testify. That's what I think is not fair. It's not the conduct of the particular hearing.
Well, I won't press that. Apparently you continue to characterize the hearings as unfair, which I consider regrettable, but that's your testimony.
Well, you understand what I mean, though, now, Mr. Rodino, that...
I'm trying to. I want to follow up, Admiral, on some of the questions posed to you a while ago by Senator Boren concerning the news conferences of the President on November 13th and then again on November 19th. Did you prepare the President in any way for any of those news conferences?
Well, the speech that he gave on national television on the 13th, I and my staff participated with other elements of the White House to prepare that speech. And before the President's press briefing on the 19th, as I recall, we had at least one or two sessions prior to that to go over what we thought the questions would be.
And you
knew with the President.
You knew, of course, that what the President was about to tell the American people was absolutely not only misleading but deceptive. Isn't that not the case?
No, I don't think it was, Mr. Rodino. What part are you referring to?
Well, on November 13th, the charge has been made that the United States has shipped weapons to Iran as ransom payment for the release of American hostages.
Yeah. We didn't think then, and nor do I think now, that that is an accurate I mean, that saying that we were shipping arms as ransom for hostages is not an accurate description of what we were doing. I still believe that.
And when you say that the United States has not swapped boatloads or plane loads of American weapons for the return of American hostages, and we will not, and that again is a statement of the President, that again is not misleading?
As I have testified, Mr. Rodino, the President's view, and I agreed with it, was that it was not a swap for arms for hostages, because the people that we were dealing with were the Iranians. They were not the captors of the hostages. They did not have control, total control, over those captors. And it's just as if you'd go to another third country and ask them to intervene for you.
Do you think that's the way the American public understood that statement?
Well, so far, Mr. Rodino, I've received probably a couple thousand telegrams since these hearings begun, my appearance before you, and all but about 12 or 15 of those, the people say they understand, they support what we were trying to do, and I think it's very clear to them. I don't think that they feel misled.
Notwithstanding the fact that the President stated time and again that it was American policy not to deal with terrorists and not to trade arms for hostages. I mean, you still insist in that position.
I don't think that he had, prior to November of 1986, had ever addressed the question of arms for hostages. But he has stated...
You mean that was not the stated American policy?
No, just the issue didn't come up before that. That's all I mean. It is and has been our policy not to compromise with the terrorists that take the hostages, and we didn't think we were doing that. And that was that was very clear in his mind. In my preparation with him for the speech and for the press backgrounder, there was no need to go over that point with him. That was firm in his mind from the very beginning. Now, I'm telling you the way he thinks about it. Now, some of the cabinet officers that objected to it did not see it that way, and they argued with the President, and he argued right back that he was comfortable in viewing it the way he did. And so from his own heart and mind, he did not see it as ransoming hostages by providing arms.
Admiral, we know that Colonel North has come before this committee, and he stated that he was ready to be the fall guy, go quietly into the night, and I think this was his attitude until he found that he was going to be the subject of a criminal investigation. And then, of course, I think Colonel North may have had a change of mind, but nonetheless, Colonel North stated unequivocally that he never undertook any single action which he was not authorized to undertake, and that, as a matter of fact, he'd assumed that the President knew of all that he was doing concerning the exchange of weapons, and that his superiors knew. And as a matter of fact, he had sent 5 memos up the line, according to his testimony, and I understand that, of course, you don't recall having seen at least 4 of those memos.
I frankly don't think those existed, Mr. Rodino. I don't know what Colonel North is thinking about, but I simply don't have any knowledge about any except the one.
Well, let me go on further. On November 25th, the Attorney General came before the American people and stated to the people of this country that you had not approved these things and only had a very general knowledge that something of this nature may have been occurring. And as a result of that, it seems to me that there was a decision made that Colonel North be fired and that you would be permitted, however, to resign. If Colonel North did not in any way act without authority, and you as his superior were aware of this, how could you have permitted Colonel North to be fired while you were being permitted to resign? What is the significance of it?
Mr. Rodino, I did not permit that. That was as much a surprise to me as it was to everybody else.
Did you do anything about it,
I knew nothing
Admiral?
about it ahead of time.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I may have missed your...
I'm sorry, I think he didn't hear your last question, was did you do anything about it?
Did
He
you
was
do
talking-
anything about it? Yes, Admiral.
No, by that time, it was already done. Ed Meese went out in the press conference, unbeknownst to me, and characterized the two departures the way he did. I was unaware that that was intended. In fact, I had had a discussion with Ed that morning at 7:30 in his office, which I've testified to before, in which we talked about my resigning my commission. You see, Colonel North only had one commission, the commission as a Marine officer. I was in a different situation. I had two commissions, and so it was discussed that I would resign, and I understood that Colonel North would simply be transferred back to the Marine Corps to continue his duties with the Marines. It wasn't until the press conference that I learned that he was going to be fired. Now, I don't know of any plan to make Colonel North a scapegoat. I know that he has testified that he and Bill Casey talked about it, and Colonel North mentioned to me several times, unrelated to Mr. Casey, that he was willing to be the fall guy, and every time he said that, I told him that was nonsense and that he should quit thinking in those terms. Now, Ed Meese's comment at the press conference was obviously too general. He had not asked me, and he did not know whether I had
and you
approved
didn't
it.
tell him.
And I didn't tell him, that's right, because of the reasons that I've explained. I think you missed some of the hearing this morning. But the whole point there was that I thought that the President would have much greater deniability if the White House simply knew as little as possible about it until after I had gone.
Well, let me ask you, Admiral, did you do anything at all to try to clear up the misstatement that the Attorney General had made, that you were only generally aware, that you hadn't approved?
At that point, I did not. Because it was pretty clear that after the press conference in which the Attorney General indicated that a criminal investigation was commencing, at that point I became cautious.
Don't you think that at that time it might have also been prudent to acknowledge that you had been the one who had been responsible and therefore clear everything for everybody?
Mr. Rodino, at that point, I wanted to have an opportunity to consult with attorneys, which I did later, and since that time, I've taken their advice.
Well, let me ask you, Admiral, on the 21st, Attorney General Meese called you early in the morning, and as I recall, Attorney General Meese intended to see the President and asked you as well and Don Regan see the President at 11:30 that day in order to embrace the matter and to conduct a fact-finding investigation. Is that not so?
Yes, Attorney General Meese called me early in the morning on the 21st. I would just answer some questions on this. And said that he wanted to meet with the President. He thought because we had a disagreement in recollections between Mr. McFarland and Secretary Schultz, that it'd be useful if he looked into the matter to try to figure out what had happened in November of 1985. and he indicated he had arranged a time with Don Regan to see the President at 11:30, and he asked me to come along, and of course I did.
And you met for 45 minutes at that time with the President?
My recollection is it was much shorter than that.
I have a copy of appointment schedule of Admiral Poindexter, November 21st, and President Oval Office from 11:30 to 12:15.
Mr. Odino, is it possible for us to get a copy of that or cite the exhibit number of that schedule?
I can send it down to you.
Thank you.
The President's diary, his schedule, not his diary, but his schedule will be much more accurate in terms of time. I doubt seriously if all of that time I was actually in the Oval Office.
Well, could you tell us what you discussed at that time? I know you talked about clearing up things. Just what did you discuss? This was supposed to be apparently a meeting which had been requested by the Attorney General in order to conduct a fact-finding investigation. It was more than just saying hello.
I've already described the meeting as much as I can recall about it in previous testimony, but I'll go over it again. My recollection is it was a very short meeting, lasting maybe 10 minutes or 15 minutes. But the Attorney General indicated that there was a disagreement between Bud McFarland and George Shultz as to what had happened in November, and he thought it would be useful if he looked into the matter to try to get to the facts as to what happened in November of 1985. The question was, had there been discussions in Geneva during the summit with Gorbachev about an Israeli plan to move forward with the initiative that the Israelis had discussed with Mr. McFarland back in July, and which the President had discussed with the other national security advisors in early August of 1985. And that was the key question. We didn't know at that point what the answer was.
I thought, Admiral, that the meeting had been requested by the AG to conduct a fact-finding inquiry on the whole matter of the President's knowledge of these different initiatives, and that was to be the AG's embracing of the facts so that he might later report to the people. You mean all you discussed at that time was the issues that arose at Geneva?
No, you misunderstood me, Mr. Rodino. The November, what eventually turned out to be the November shipment of Hawks by the Israelis to the Iranians, according to George Shultz's recollection, a discussion about that had taken place in Geneva. Mr. McFarland didn't remember it. That's what we were trying to sort out, was the prior knowledge of the Israeli plan to take the next step in the project with the Iranians.
Admiral, it was later that afternoon, after that meeting and after another call from Attorney General Meese, I think about 2:52 on a secure phone. Was it after that that you destroyed that November finding?
My recollection is that I destroyed that December finding late in the afternoon, early evening of the 21st. That's correct.
This was following the telephone call from Meese and following that meeting on the 21st with the President.
Yes, that's correct.
Let me ask you one final question, Admiral. At 1:25 to 3:20 p.m. on Saturday, November 22nd, 1986, again, according to schedule for Admiral Poindexter, and if you don't have it, I'll send it down to you. You had lunch with Director Casey and were later joined by Oliver North. Was there anyone else present at that luncheon? And do you recall whether or not...
In fact, I hadn't thought about that lunch until you just now mentioned it.
Can you tell us what took place at that lunch? What did Casey say? What did North say? What did you say? If you can recall.
Yeah, I really don't recall. Al Keel may have been in and out during the lunch. As I recall, it was...
You remember Don Reagan calling also for Casey during that time?
Don't remember that. My recollection is we talked about how we could get over to the American people better what we were trying to do with the Iranian project. Probably Bill gave me a debrief of his meeting with the congressional committees the previous day, because I had only talked to him very briefly the evening of the 21st, I believe. And there was no discussion of the transfer of residuals to the Contras at that point. He, as I recall, had called me and wanted to know if I'd eaten lunch yet, and I said no, and so he said, well, why don't I come over and let's have a sandwich together? But I don't remember much more about the meeting.
Well, let me just make a final observation. Admiral, you have testified here and have stated that you were concerned about the disclosure of a lot of these facts concerning the diversion, concerning the sale of arms for hostages, and you wanted really to protect the president from political embarrassment. But isn't that political embarrassment that you talk of merely a consequence of a disclosure to the American people of misstatements and misleading information that the public might then be aware of? Wouldn't that be the political embarrassment? In other words, wouldn't it be, in effect, an attempt to keep the American people from knowing what had taken place? I mean, the political embarrassment is a consequence that would occur to the president, but weren't you keeping the American people from knowing what was happening?
No, I don't view it that way at all, Mr. Rodino. The American people knew that the president wanted to support the Contras and was going to do everything he could to do that. He constantly talked about it. He constantly talked to the American people about how important it was.
He didn't tell them, though, that he wanted to divert funds. He didn't tell them that he wanted to trade arms for hostages.
He told them, Mr. Rodino, that we were trying to get the hostages back and that we were working very hard to do that, but he wasn't going to. He specifically told them that he was withholding information on how we were trying to get the hostages back. And I frankly don't think the American people want to know that, Mr. Rodino.
I don't think the American people want to know what they should know. But I think, Admiral, that the political embarrassment that you speak about can't be other than a refusal on your part to get the American people to participate in the process of knowing what the president had been doing and what the administration had done.
The main point, and maybe I wasn't clear on this, but I'll go over it again. I thought that the transfer, the use of residuals to support the Contras would be a politically volatile issue. It wasn't withholding it from the American people. It was that there were a lot of opponents in the Congress that would have not agreed with our interpretation of the Boland Amendment. They wouldn't have agreed to the Iranian project, just as we've seen demonstrated. And if it came out, it was going to be a very hot political issue, and it would be used to pound on the president. And I wanted to be sure that the president could say that he didn't have anything to do with that part of it. And he has said that. And I think, in the end, I believe that the president is going to come out stronger for it.
Well, let me conclude by reminding you, Admiral, that on November the 19th, the president in that news conference concluded by saying that he was going to issue a directive, or he directed that all information concerning the Iran initiative be provided to the appropriate members of Congress. Now, that was a directive from the president on the 19th, and yet, Admiral Poindexter, you are saying to me that notwithstanding that directive to inform the American people, you decided that you would not, countermanding the directive of the president that the people should know.
We tried to get out as accurately as we could the information about the Iranian project, less the way that the private agent was using the residuals in his logistics support operation to support the Contras. In my mind, that was an unrelated issue. Not the source of the funds were incidental to the whole issue.
But Admiral,
the thing that we were trying to get out to,
directive of the president of the United States?
Finish our answer, please, Mr. Representative.
the information that we were trying to get out was why we had tried to open the channel to the Iranians, how we were trying to get the hostages back, and the Contra issue, in my mind, was a separate issue.
But Admiral, I've got to state that while I want to believe you, respect the position you hold, but you know, I read, and I'm reading from the President's news conference of November 19, 1986, and this statement is made here. I have further directed that all information relating to our initiative be provided to the appropriate members of Congress. And notwithstanding that, you destroyed the finding on November 21st. You didn't tell the people, since you say that you wanted to assure that you'd protect the president.
Mr. Rodino, you are... I don't agree with your assessment of the situation.
Well, you don't agree with what the president directed you to do.
I agree very well with what the president said, Mr.
Admiral,
Rodino.
Well, do you believe that you carried out his directive?
To the best of my ability.
And you gave all the information that he wanted provided to the American people?
I think he said to the Congress. At that point, we were preparing to meet with the congressional committees on the following Friday, on the 21st, and to provide all the information. And to the best of my knowledge at the time, what we provided was accurate. Now, it turns out there were some inaccuracies in that, but that wasn't because we were trying to withhold information at that point. That is, everything less how the profits or residuals from the Iranian project were being used to support the Contras.
Well, Admiral, I want to thank you very much, but it strikes me as difficult to believe that after a president makes a statement of this sort, which is clear on its face that he is directing that all information, that notwithstanding that, you take this position, and I find it rather difficult to believe that you were prepared to provide all that information when 2 days later, you tore up the finding.
The finding was very incidental to this whole issue, and I've explained that I didn't go through a long, detailed analysis as to whether to keep the finding or not. I saw that as supporting the view that this was simply an arms for hostage arrangement, which was not the case, and the finding taken out of context of the whole operation could be used to damage the President, and I just thought that we didn't need it at that point.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Utah, Senator Hatch.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Admiral Poindexter, I want to thank you for your testimony and the time you've given here. The information you have provided to us, it seems to me, in my opinion, is the most significant we have heard through all of these lengthy hearings. I think your testimony goes to the very heart of what caused us to hold these hearings in the first place. Now, last November, early in the month, news to arms sales to Iran was, of course, circulated, and, of course, that caused some understandable controversy. But it wasn't until the diversion possibility was announced later in the month, with its attendant possible tie-in to the President, that the controversy became, in the minds of some, an event worthy of the extraordinary attentions such as these hearings have meant in the convening of these panels. Some people, no doubt, gleefully hope for another Watergate. Now, your testimony has unequivocally confirmed what the President has been saying for 8 months now, that he never knew and did not know what you didn't tell him, and that is of the diversion of funds. Now, the reaction to your testimony, in my opinion, has been quite interesting. Those same people who were so taken by the original prospect of presidential involvement are now scurrying around, hoping that they can find a new line of fire. Some simply say that you are lying. That's what some of them say. Which strikes me as both not very creative and I think very wrong. Now, I believe you, Admiral, and I do believe the President of the United States. I've been around him enough, both before this happened and since it happened, that I believe what he said. He's one of the few people I've met in government life who really does stand up and say, I did it, and I take the consequences, or I didn't do it. And I think he's done that throughout his whole political career. Now, others have picked up on a new theme. They are screaming about how shocking it is that you should keep such an important matter away from the President to begin with. Well, they are saying that no elected official was making these high foreign policy decisions that affected our country. Now, with respect to that line of thinking, I'd like to ask you just a few questions. Who was it, Admiral Poindexter, that made the decision to go ahead with the operation, to try to develop a long-term relationship with the people in Iran?
The President of the United States.
By gosh, it was, wasn't it? Well, before the President made that decision, did he seek the advice of his top advisors?
He did.
He did, didn't he?
Extensively.
My goodness. And once the decision was made, was there any question in your mind who made that decision?
Absolutely none.
Okay. Once the decision was made, I take it that you saw it as your job to carry out that decision. Is that correct?
To the best of my ability.
And that's what you've expressed here. Much has been said about the President's managerial style or management style. Let me ask you this. Would you say that the President of the United States, Ronald Reagan, is a decisive person?
On some issues, he is. If he's confident that and has a strong feeling about something, he can be very decisive.
If he studied it, if he's listened?
If he studied it and listened, he is not one to be a hip shooter. He wants to understand the issue, and once he understands it, he makes decisions very readily and is very secure in those decisions.
Is he willing to make the tough decisions himself?
Absolutely.
All right. Now, as to the Contras, who made the decision to support the Nicaraguan Democratic Resistance Forces?
The President did.
Was that a knee-jerk reaction on the part of the President, or did he seriously study the serious problems down there in Central America and what the Sandinistas were meaning to that area?
We spent most of the first year of the administration studying the issue, trying to figure out what we could do, and in the end, the President decided that the only solution we had was to support an indigenous organization in the country to keep military pressure on the Sandinista government to bring about a change to democracy there.
Now, I thought Exhibit 45 was interesting. In that note, you were describing a conversation you had with the President, and you say, quote, yesterday in a meeting that I had with the President, he started the conversation with, I am really serious. If we can't move the Contra package before June 9th, now I take it he meant move it through Congress.
That's correct.
And you described how the leader of the House of Representatives, should I say the Speaker of the House, prevented that for 4 solid months.
That's correct.
He could have brought it up like that in the interests of this country, one way or the other.
That's right.
But he didn't. And you knew it was foot-dragging. Is that right in your opinion?
In my opinion, it was.
All right. He said, I'm really serious. If we can't move the Contra package before June 9th, I want to figure out a way to take action unilaterally to provide assistance. Then he went on further to say, as I read this, he said, the President is ready to confront, or you went on to say, the President is ready to confront the Congress on the constitutional question of who controls foreign policy. We need to get Abe Sofair, that's counsel for the State Department, right? And other stalwart lawyers thinking in these terms to see if there is some way we can do this if all else fails. Now, that's what you wrote at the time. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, I take it, Admiral, that nothing you said in that note indicates that the President was attempting to do anything unlawful. Is that correct?
Absolutely not. It was just a desire on his part to exercise what he saw as his authority and responsibility as prescribed in the Constitution.
In fact, the President was trying to do everything he lawfully could, consistent with his constitutional authority, to accomplish his foreign policy objectives in Central America. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
Now, regarding the Boland amendments, which are up there on the wall, by the way, I don't know why we've put them up there on a display like that. They're right up there on the wall for everybody to see in different technicolors. To be honest with you, it is clearly not some of our better work in the Congress, and I'm not blaming my good friend and colleague Ed Boland. He has to compromise just like everybody else around here from time to time. But I'm not sure why we would want to show a national audience how inconsistent and vacillating we can be. It's a little like Ford displaying the Edsel, it seems to me. But regarding Boland, would you say that you were trying to comply with the law while still attempting to pursue the President's policies? Is that right?
Yes, sir, that was our objective.
Okay. Boland didn't really apply to the President, did it?
We did not think so.
I don't know of one person who has any semblance of constitutional authority or law or background who will say that it did. Now, I have to admit there are some questions beyond that, but there are plenty of room to debate it. There was nothing in Boland, though, or in any of these Boland amendments that prohibited private donations to the Contras, was there?
We didn't see any after.
I don't see any either. Private donations could be made to the Contras. Even though they seem to be something awful, the fact is they could be made to the Contras. There was nothing in Boland that prohibited foreign governments from donating to the Contras, was there?
No, nothing at all.
Not a thing. So foreign governments were totally capable of donating to the Contras. Is that right?
Yes, they were.
All right. There was nothing in Boland that prohibited a private supply operation in support of the Contras, was there?
We didn't see any prohibition against that.
I don't see any prohibition against that either. There was no mention in Boland of the National Security Council. Is that correct?
That's correct.
As a matter of fact, if we in the Congress had wanted Boland to cover the National Security Council, it seemed to me we would have put them in there. Is that right?
I would think so, but I think that really makes the constitutional issue very apparent if you try to do that.
You raise another issue. If we did put the National Security Council in the Boland amendments, we really raise a big constitutional issue, whether or not the Congress can impose.
That's correct.
And micromanage in a purely executive function, or at least what some would argue would be a purely executive function. Well, given the President's clearest directions on Iran and the Contras, How did you view your decision not to tell him about the diversion? Did you view it then, or do you view it now as a major foreign policy decision?
I did not view it then, and I don't really view it now as a major foreign policy decision. It was a matter of implementing the President's policy.
Did you view those funds, the residual funds that you talk about, as U.S. government funds?
I did not.
You did not. You considered those private funds once the government was paid what it asked for with regard to those weapons.
That's correct. The U.S. government got every penny that was appropriate for those weapons.
Now, you have been criticized for waiting too long to come forth and testify. And why has it taken you so long as to testify right now? I think I know the answer, but I'd like to hear it from you.
Well, it's our view that a schedule was worked out with the independent counsel. I have actually testified in closed session on the 2nd of May and provided that information that I did not inform the President, that I had approved it, that I took responsibility for it, and the committee chose not to make that available to most of the members even.
I see. Well, now, I called for limited use immunity for you, North, Secord, and Hakeem last December, because I felt that within a month we could have gotten to the bottom of this, laid out all the facts, given them to the American people, and let them assess blame if there is any. And you would have been willing to come and testify then?
Yes, I would have been.
Under the same immunity that you have right now?
That's correct.
Well, would it be fair to say that let's go to that November finding. The November finding that the President signed, would it be fair to say that that was hurriedly thrown together to satisfy the wishes of certain CIA officials at the time?
That's a fair description.
Well, wouldn't one of the officials be the former Deputy Director of CIA, John McMahon?
Yes, it was.
He was not known as a strong supporter of the covert actions, was he?
He was a very cautious man, is a very cautious man.
And he wanted to make sure that, that this particular finding was assigned to protect him and his agency. Is that right?
That was my belief.
Well, you have stated that the November finding was not a fully staffed finding.
That's correct. It did not explain the whole initiative.
What do you mean by that? That it was not fully staffed?
Well, for example, I had not had an opportunity to talk to the Attorney General about it, nor the Secretary of State nor the Secretary of Defense.
Well, it wasn't run by all of the parties that concerned.
That's correct.
And it wasn't run by all of the backup people concerned.
That's correct. It was
But
not.
the January 17th finding was, I take it.
Yes, it was.
That's what you call a fully staffed finding.
That's correct.
And that indicates that this was far more than just an arms transfer for hostages.
It certainly does.
I take it that once the January finding was signed, that made the November finding somewhat superfluous in your mind.
Yes, it did. In fact, I viewed this whole process of the three findings as just that, a single process that started off with a first version, a second version, and a final third version. And I really did not I viewed the December finding as essentially being superseded by the January 17th finding.
I could see all the screaming and shouting about this, Admiral, if there weren't lots of documents indicating there were many other foreign policy objectives involved, including opening up that new relationship with Iran, of course, improving our intelligence capabilities, preventing Russian control and hegemony in that area, negotiating a settlement of the Iran-Iraq war, protecting the northern tier states, the southern tier states, acquiring Russian equipment, weaning them away from terrorism, and of course, if we could get the hostages out too, it'd be wonderful. All of those were legitimate foreign policy reasons, weren't they?
We thought so, and I still think so.
And all of those were discussed from time to time, along with some others.
That's correct.
Now, finally, Admiral, let me just say this. There were mistakes made along the way. You've admitted those. There were errors in judgment. I think you may have admitted those. Especially in the way you chose to respond to Congress, and especially in the way that this matter was handled since November of last year. For instance, I can't stand for the life of me why you, the President, and others didn't get everybody in a room, lock the door, and say, what happened here? Let's get to the bottom of this and resolve this problem. And, of course, people in a responsible position like yours needed to do that. And, of course, I might add the President as well. And I think since you are, or you have been in these responsible positions, you have to be prepared to take some of that criticism. And you've had plenty of it. But you've also done a tremendous amount of good work. You've done, just to mention a couple, Grenada, the Achille Lauro. You could go on, because you've worked in this government for many, many years, and your wife, I'm sure, has had to put up with long hours and long days, even on Sundays. And it seems to me it's a shame that we haven't come up with a way of speaking about the good that you've done as well as the bad. Now, in my opinion, Admiral Poindexter, you're a man of exceptional skills. You were trying to do what you thought was right and you thought was best, and I don't think you deserve or even need to go through the level of grief that this affair is really putting you through. Now, I think your lawyer is correct about the jeopardy this appearance puts you in. It's hard for me to see how, after the entire nation has heard your immunized testimony, how you're going to find a jury that will be totally impartial in this matter. If it comes to that, and I hope it does not come to that. As we near the end of these hearings, I hope, and I'm struck more and more by how terribly overblown this whole affair has been. We have elevated the art of beating a dead horse to new heights, it seems to me. Still, I hope that we're going to learn from our mistakes, and hopefully, with the passage of history, I think that passage might itself work its own magic, and our perspective on these issues will not be forever misplaced. Now, a lot has been said in these hearings that the end cannot justify the means. And unfortunately, I feel that there are many who came into this affair with a preconceived notion of where they wanted to go. They were bound and determined to find something terribly wrong here, no matter what the facts turned out to be. They will find something to condemn if they can and something to justify all of this effort that has been made and all of the millions that will have been spent between these committees and the special counsel. That, in my judgment, is the end justifying the means in its most insidious form. Because unlike what you were trying to do, which appears to me what you genuinely felt was in the best interests of our country's national security, the end some of these folks seek, who have been watching and writing about this, it seems to me, is not similarly motivated. I don't believe it is. And I believe what you did was at least well-intentioned, and what they are doing will not inure to the benefit of the American people, but will inure to the detriment of the American people. To a degree, Admiral, you're a means to their ends one way or the other. Now, a wise jurist once said that any fact viewed with the appropriate degree of suspicion becomes sinister. That may sum this up here. I'm afraid to some extent that happened here. My favorite quote is by Soren Kierkegaard, who said, "To venture causes anxiety, but not to venture is to lose oneself." When you're in this position, you have to venture sometimes. You have to take the risks, and so does the President. And he took some risks here, and because of disclosure of a covert action, he lost, and you lost. And because of the overblown nature of this, our country is losing. And I think we ought to take heed. I said last December, if we would give limited use immunity and quit worrying so much about persecuting people and worry about getting the truth out and the facts, if we'd give limited use immunity to Poindexter, North, Secord, and Hakeem, the 60% of the facts we got from the 90 hours of the Select Committee on Intelligence set of hearings would have become 100%, and I think we could have done that within a month. Maybe 2 months at the most, and not the 9 months it's become, or the approximate year by the time this process will probably be brought to a formal close. And I said it was in the best interests of the institution of the presidency. Forget about Ronald Reagan. If you will, the constitutional institution of the presidency, our foreign policy, and our national security for us to do that. And frankly, here we are today, basically in that posture, except for Mr. Secord, who voluntarily came in, and who probably, based upon some of the attitudes around here, is in the worst shape of anybody. I want him brought back so that he can explain some of these things, and I believe he will be able to explain a number of them. And I believe what you and Colonel North and others believe, that here's a man who didn't have to give up his business, run all around the world, risk his life for what he did without compensation. If he got some compensation, that may be all right. His problem is he said he forewent compensation, but so what? Fact of the matter is he didn't get a lot out of this except grief. To venture causes anxiety, but not to venture is to lose oneself.
I like that.
I like it too, because that really sums up a lot of what you've gone through. Paul Tillich said, the great neo-existentialist, he said, faith says yes in spite of the anxiety of no. Now, I think if you had, and I'll finish with this one comment, Mr. Chairman, I think I've been interested in this business that you believe that at the time, had you told the President, he would approve this. I don't think anybody's going to know really what would have happened then. But I'll bet you right now, if you knew what was going to happen, and you had the benefit of the hindsight all of us do, and you were asked to do this again right now, you probably think twice about it yourself. And so would the President. So the fact is, he may very well have said, let's give it a go. This is that important. The Congress is not helping us. They're delaying up there when we could have help to these people. If those 15,000 Contras aren't helped, this whole hemisphere can have problems for the rest of the lives of our own lives and the lives of our children and our grandchildren. And you were trying to carry out that policy. Now, I have to say there are flaws here. The process was flawed. I choose to believe your testimony, and I don't see why it shouldn't be believed. And I just want you to know that though the process was flawed, I believe you're well motivated in trying to do what you did. Thank you very much. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Admiral Poindexter. Is that on? I guess it's on. Admiral Poindexter, I want to thank the chairman first because he's a great man. Have you ever heard of a Syrian arms merchant named Mansour al-Qasar?
I don't believe so. Doesn't ring any bells.
He's one that the senior editor of Reader's Digest said the police suspected that al-Qasar is an arms supplier for terrorists, and among his associates is a PLO's Abu al-Abbas, who masterminded the Achille Lauro hijacking.
Right.
You know, that's the kind of
I know that name. I just don't remember knowing Al-Qasar.
Well, would it disturb you to learn that $1.5 million was paid to this Al-Qasar out of the lake resources and Toyco accounts controlled by Colonel North and General Secord and Mr. Hakim, accounts which contain the proceeds from the Iranian arms sales and donations from American citizens?
Mr. Brooks, when you're buying arms on the third world market, I haven't been in the business myself, but I understand that you often have to deal with people that you might not want to go to dinner with. I don't know anything about the particular item you're discussing, but doesn't particularly surprise me.
You testified that you agreed with Colonel North that the diversion was a neat idea because the Ayatollah's money was supporting the Contras. Now, might not the terrorists think it was a pretty neat idea that their activities were being supported by our $1.5 million?
I don't know what I'm not sure of the facts or what we got for the $1.5 million. Presumably, General Secord got arms for that, and
that's the assumption from the documentation.
Yeah.
He's just buying arms from it said.
I assume that that's what you were referring to.
That's right. Now, I'd like to ask you a couple of questions related to the Presidential Records Act of 1978. If you're familiar with it at all, I'll give you a copy of the pertinent parts if you're not.
I'm not familiar enough with it to...
Well, I'll send you down this copy and ask that it be made entered as a committee exhibit.
Without objection, so ordered.
And first, Admiral, I'd like for you to take a look at the Act's definition of presidential records That's in section 2201 on the first page in the right-hand side, about 1/3 down, I believe.
Give us a minute, Mr. Brooks, to look it over. Thank you.
Plenty of time.
You said on the second page, 54?
2201 in the Act definition. In the definition, did you look that over, sir?
I'm reading it, Mr. Brooks.
All right.
Mr. Brooks, this is quite a long definition. Is there any particular part you'd like us to focus on? There's paragraph 1, 2, and then sub A, sub
We
B,
just
3?
generally look at the subheadings, and the question I want to ask you is, would you say that the December the 5th, 1985 finding, which has been signed by the President, and which you've testified that you personally destroyed on November 21st of 86, would fit the definition of a presidential record? Somewhere in there it ought to be included, wouldn't you think?
Mr. Brooks, we're not going to be able to conclude, I don't think, whether it does or it doesn't. There is an officer on the NSC staff, an archivist, Ms. Rieger, who handles such matters, and a large portion of her time is devoted to answering questions as to whether a particular document was covered or not covered. But for the purposes of this question answering, let's assume that it is covered. I'm not sure of that, but let's just make that assumption.
Well, then, I'd like you to look then at section 2203 on the next page. And it says that during his term of office, the President may dispose of presidential records that no longer have administrative, historical, informational, or evidentiary value. But it doesn't say that presidential records can be destroyed if some bureaucrat thinks they might be politically embarrassing. As a matter of fact, 2203C requires the President to obtain the views of the Archivist of the United States before disposing of presidential records. And that's on, that's under Part C, 1 and 2, where you're supposed to check with the archivist. I wonder, by any chance, did you call the archivist before ripping that up and stuffing it in that burn bag?
Absolutely not, Mr. Brooks.
You didn't call him?
That thought didn't cross my mind.
Didn't even cross your mind?
Not at all.
I'll bet it didn't. Now, Colonel North has testified that beginning in October of 86 and right up until the day he was fired by the President from the staff on November 25th, that he undertook to destroy and alter records from the NSC files related to both Contra supply and the Iranian arms deal. And you were his superior officer at the time. You were head of the NSC. Did you authorize or instruct him to alter or destroy those records?
I don't believe I did, but I also don't think it's accurate to say that I don't know exactly what he destroyed, but based on his testimony, I would conclude that most of what he destroyed is not covered by this particular act that you're talking about here. They're working records of the NSC, which in this context are different than the presidential records. Mm-hmm. The papers that, for example, that I handled in my position as National Security Advisor fell in about 3 different categories. 1 were presidential records, 2 they were official NSC records, and 3 they were personal or working papers.
You were aware that he did destroy some records, though?
After the fact, I understand from his testimony that he did.
Now, Section 2202 of the Presidential Records Act states that the United States shall reserve and retain complete ownership, possession, and control of presidential records. You know, in 1978, Congress made a point of establishing the ownership of these presidential records because a few years previously, a president and his staff had tried to alter history by destroying some papers. And I would just want to conclude this section by saying that the value of the paper that you destroyed, and the other documents that Colonel North destroyed, what at issue is not that value, but the effort of people like you and Colonel North to make the historical record conform to what you wanted it to be by tampering with that record, by altering it or destroying it. And I think what you've done is to steal from the American people, this generation and future generations, their chance to learn what actually happened, what documents you were working with, and what you all were doing, since you're telling stories that are very interesting. And I think that in addition to being a potential offense, which we're not handling here, the action most certainly is an enormous betrayal of the trust that I thought you held with the American people. Now, I've got a couple other questions, and
Mr. Brooks, could I respond to that?
Surely. Sure, Admiral, you are welcome to respond. You've been responding beautifully this time.
I obviously don't agree with your interpretation. The problem was
that is an understatement.
That particular version of the finding, taken by itself, which would have been done if it had leaked out, as has been done since I have testified about it, taken out of context, presents a misleading picture to the American public. And that's what I was trying to avoid.
I understand that's your viewpoint. Now, Admiral, it was your intention that Congress not know anything about the Iran arms shipment or the diversion of funds to the Contras. Is that correct?
It was the President's decision to postpone notification to the appropriate congressional people the finding until such future time as he decided it was appropriate. He has the constitutional and statutory authority to make that decision.
And you agreed with it?
I obviously did.
And it was also your intention that the President himself not know anything about the diversion. Is that correct?
That was my decision.
In other words, you wanted to exclude all the elected officials from knowledge of some of the most important and far-reaching areas of foreign policy facing the U.S. government. Now, your plan would have vested the final authority for these decisions in yourself as a Navy Admiral working in a staff position within the White House appointed by the President. And is this not precisely the kind of thing that our founding fathers were trying to prevent when the Constitution placed the authority and the accountability for these decisions in both the Congress and the President?
Mr. Brooks, I don't agree with your interpretation of that either. I was a cabinet-level official, and I had very broad authority. What we were talking about here with regard to the transfer of the residual funds to the Contras was not a major foreign policy decision by any stretch of the imagination. It was an implementation detail of a presidential policy that is well understood by the American people.
Was it not a major policy of his?
The decision to support the Contras was a major policy decision, but I didn't make that decision.
No, but you made the decision to give him the money and not tell him about it. And you made the decision not to tell members of Congress.
I certainly made that decision, but the President was aware that money was getting to the Contras from third countries and from private individuals. What we're talking about here in terms of the transfer of the residual funds from the Iranian arms sales was just like that. For the reasons that I've tried to explain, I decided not to talk to the President about that so that he could distance himself from that particular decision.
Now, on November the 3rd, did you finish?
Yes.
On November the 13th of '86, President said, quote, "As President, I've always operated on the belief that given the facts, the American people will make the right decision. I believe that is true now," unquote. Now, Admiral, can you explain how the American people can get the facts if the President himself is denied access to those facts by his own staff?
I think the President is absolutely correct. As the results of these hearings are understood by the American people, I think they do understand, and I think they are supportive of what we were trying to do. I don't think the American people necessarily, unless it's to resolve this overblown issue that Senator Hatch referred to, the American people don't want to know those details of how the President goes about implementing his foreign policy.
But you didn't let the President make that decision. Admiral, you had an astounding...
Excuse me, Mr. Brooks, on the 13th of November, the President still wanted to withhold a lot of the details of the project because we still felt that there was a possibility to get additional hostages out, and we still thought there was a possibility to preserve the second channel.
Well, that's his problem. Admiral, you had an astounding exchange, I thought, this morning with Congressman Cheney, in which you contended that the President has not lost any credibility because, as far as you're concerned, he told the American people what he knew. Now, as you put it, that was part of your plan, that so long as the President accurately repeated just what he'd been told, he would maintain credibility. But, Admiral, the President of the United States is the spokesman for the entire executive branch of the U.S. government. He's going to be charged by the American people, our friends and enemies overseas, with knowledge of this government's activities, whether he in fact knew about them or didn't. And I find it incredible, really, that a presidential staff thinks it can provide him with selective, edited knowledge of the facts and somehow insulate him from responsibility for the government's actions. If this relationship between a president and his staff is condoned, who will ever believe any president of the United States again? Not the American people, not our friends, not our adversaries. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The joint hearings will stand in recess for 10 minutes. When we return, we'll begin with Senator Mitchell.